want to welcome you all here to KVAC this morning, and the topic that we have today is so very important. Not that the other things are not important in special ed, but being an ARC chairperson, you know, you are responsible for everything that's in that document. You have to make sure that what's in that document you understand, that whoever's supposed to be doing those pieces in that document, that they are doing that, blah, blah, blah. Or it can result in litigation, and we don't want that to happen. So we have developed, well, I can say Denny Paul actually put the PowerPoint together, and it's 160 slides. But every piece of it in there is so very important for you to understand. And we try to take some of the pieces that we saw some of our districts had issues with to get more information out there to them. But if you have any question, when any of us are up here presenting, all you have to do is raise your hand and we'll help, we'll answer your questions, whatever you need. And if you even have questions and you don't feel comfortable, just write it on a Post-it note and put it on the white sheet on as you're going out the door there. And then we can answer those after a break or after lunch or something like that. How many of you all are going to be here all day? Everybody, good. I'm glad to see that because you really need this information. But before we start, we need to make sure that you have signed in by using the QR code up here on the screen. So you can just get your telephone out and put your camera on it and then fill that piece out for us in case somebody ever asked if you were here. We can say yes, they were, and we'll have evidence of that. So just go ahead and do that. Go ahead and get one of each of those as you're coming in the door. All right, to start off with, you know, special education, we have all these kind of acronyms. We could probably have our own dictionary of acronyms and what they are and how to explain what we're supposed to do with those. But the main four are up here that you probably need to get familiar with. And I'm not talking about just familiar with, I think you need to get real familiar with. So the first one we have is FAPE, and you always hear that, F-A-P-E, FAPE, Free Appropriate Public Education. So we're going to go through these things after a while in depth, but we want to put that up here so you understand that these are for the big ones, all right? These are for the big rocks. Then, of course, you have the IEP, which is the Individual Education Program, not plan. A lot of people call it plan. And sometimes I find myself, I'll say it too, and I'll catch myself, no, it's a program. So it's Individual Education Program. And then LRE, your least restrictive environment. And we seem to have issues with that piece big time right now in some of our districts, so we're going to be explaining that a little bit more. And then, of course, the ARC, which is the Admission and Release Committee. So you are probably a member of the Admission Committee, so welcome. You're going to get a lot of information today. So we have some learning targets that we want to make sure that you understand when you leave here. You have all of this all in your minds and you understand it fully when you leave here. If you don't, all you have to do is call us or text us. We're just a phone call away. The first one is to identify the key roles in the ARC members. We do have several different types of members, and we're going to be talking about those after a while. Identify key components of the IEP. Each piece is in there for a reason, and all of it is important. Exposed to the different ARC meeting types. So we do have different types of meetings, you know, your referrals, your eligibility, annual review, all those types of different things. So we're going to be exposed to the different types of meetings. Identify FAPE with emphasis on the IEP substance. So we have to make sure, like I said earlier, if you don't know what's in that IEP as an ARC member or chairperson, then if something was to come up, then you'll be held accountable for it because you are the one that signs that document as an ARC chairperson. So identify key disability types. So we do have, some say 13, but we say 14 in the state of Kentucky because we break down our intellectual disabilities as our FMD and our MMD. So we count those as 14 because they're two different ones. Okay, so today's resources we have, you have picked up some of these over here. And one of them is the admissions and, let's see if I can get this on here real quick. Well, I'll have to put it there because it's not.
Want a membership, bro?
Yeah. Just remember, when you get up here, it won't work. You have to click it.
Get it again.
Okay. So, you have a copy of this. So, what we'd like you to do is, once we go over those documents, you know, you can fill in the blanks. This is something like scripted notes. You all heard of those? Sometimes you have your students do those. They can't take full notes, so you have blanks in there for them to actually listen and fill in. So these are something like scripted notes. So as we go through this, just make sure that you fill those in, and if some odd reason you don't get some of them filled in, just let us know, we'll help you fill them in. All right, so the next thing that you're going to look at is a 2022-23 record view document. And we're using Denny Paul's laptop, and it's very sensitive. And I got big fingers, so he's going to have to push that little thing.
I'll try to.
He's going to maneuver for us. All right, so they changed the document somewhat. And instead of having the numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, we have the regulation code. So there is a big difference in that piece. However, they put the pieces in the same category. So you don't have to jump around like we did in the past. But it is a little bit different, and when we first got that, it was like, oh, people, I'm not going to use that. That is the craziest thing I have ever seen. Because 40 years of doing compliance, we never did that like that. So it was changed, but guess what? We have to learn to change, right? So if you'll notice, here's a table of contents, and you can go through all these pieces on your own, and I would like, you need to study it a little bit, and just in case you get in the bind in an ARC meeting and someone asks you a question, you want to make sure you can answer that. And again, if you get in an ARC meeting and you get in a bind and whatever, we're just a text away or a phone call away. For that, you probably want to call us. But anyway, the big piece here is we're looking at is that correction of non-compliance. I think that moved again. We want to make sure that we don't have any of those non-compliances, because guess what happens when you get a non-compliance, a systemic non-compliance? You're on a corrective action plan, which means you're going to have to go through a lot of trainings, and the staff's going to be busy a lot after school because you don't do all these during the daytime, because you have to teach school. You have to discipline children. You have to run the janitors down or whatever, because you're busy. We're all busy. No matter what we're doing, we all have something to do at one time or the other. But here is what you need to look at and study that on your own. That way you'll know if something comes up. All right. Little sensitive things.
Ms. Combs, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do we have this document, the sheets? We don't, do we? Or you just?
No, but we can make it available to you.
Okay.
We can share it.
Okay.
Yeah, we were looking.
We're just making sure we,
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have up here local policies and procedures. Each school district has their own policies and procedures, your special ed policies and procedures. So we don't per se have policies and procedures for payback because we're not actually a school district. However, Teresa Combs, many of you may know her, she actually helps in the writing of these documents. So she helps us, and she tells us what we need to do. In those local policies and procedures, and most people put them in the library for the teachers to go in if they need to read about it, their roles, those types of things. It is a lengthy piece, but it's very informative, and it's something that you need to know. And I know I keep telling you, you need to read this, and you're like, oh, I don't have time enough to read all this stuff. But it's very important just in case something happens and you have to go to litigation, and we don't want that to happen. So you do have local policies and procedures, and it would be good if the guidance counselor, the principals, assistant principals, those that chair meetings have a copy of that at their desk. Okay, so, yes. We have an activity for us to do, and it tells us right here to fill in the blanks as we discuss. So, on your paper that was ran out, and I think you all showed it to me just a second ago, you will see there are like 25 different sentences in there that we have to complete. So, from here on out, you're going to see some of those pieces, and it should be in order. And so you can fill your little paper out. And if you, for some reason you skip it, look over at your neighbor and write it down. I'm flexible. Okay, so we have some big rocks that we have to go through. And the first thing that we're thinking about is the notice that you have to send to the parent or the guardian or the emancipated student. On that notice, there's certain things that we have to check as a purpose. They're in the top, the boxes, or it's this first thing that's on that page. And we need to make sure that if your child is 14, student is 14 years or older, that you mark the box about transition services. Because at age 14, that is when transition starts. 16 is when your post-secondary goals are supposed to be written. Or if the committee determines they want to do it early, they can. Some districts that we have do require it earlier. Ensure written notice is properly executed. So we have to make sure that the notice that we have is completely filled out with all the roles checked that's going to be there. Make sure that if you have invited related service people, that you give them a copy of that, so they can be there, or if they're at a school or something and they can get on the phone and do their little piece over the telephone. It's not, they don't have to be right there in that seat, but they actually can be over on the phone. And we'll talk about that later too. We have to determine the correct members that are in attendance. So when you're looking at that form, you're looking at the form of a certain particular child. The child may have some issues with behavior or different types of things. So we need to make sure that we invite everybody to the table that's involved in that child's IEP. Coordinate the next steps if further action meetings are needed. You do know if we have a meeting scheduled and we are there and something comes up and we might not have the correct documentation, or it was just brought up, or the parent gets mad, leaves, or whatever. I mean, things happen. I mean, they really happen. I've had that stuff happen to me before. But you have to look at their point, and you can't get mad at them because they're already upset. They don't understand this stuff as much as we do because they're our parent, but we try to educate them as much as we can without trying to make them feel inferior. That's one thing we don't want to do. We don't want the parents, the guardian, to feel like they're inferior. So don't all of y'all sit on one side of the table and the parents sit on the other side by themselves, because that's kind of a scary feeling for them. So sometimes we have to say, you know, we don't have everything that we have. We need to stop this meeting and determine when we can have another meeting and do that, so you'll have the length of time you need to get whatever document, whatever test, whatever you need for that purpose. Okay. Infinite Campus sometimes plays tricks on us. And if you know, right now, they have a little change going on that happened night before last. And I did get a telephone call yesterday morning. Thank goodness that I did read that for them yesterday morning so I could help that district. The conference summary minutes would save. So it was like, oh no. So I told them what to do, and you all probably had that as well, because I sent it out to all the directors of special ed, what they needed to do, and that solved that. But it will be fixed, hopefully, shortly, because I know when school starts, ARC meetings will start happening, so we need to make sure that Infinite Campus is going to be friendly for us. Okay, so we have to make sure that we have the date, the time, and the place of your meeting. Those three, these are all compliant pieces that we have to check on our record review when we do the record review of the student. Those three pieces have to be there. We have to guide all discussion around what the purpose is. So we're not going to get off track. We have to make sure if we get off track, we can be there 6 hours in an ARC meeting. So, you may know the parent or whatever, and y'all can get it all kinds of a talk. But anyway, we don't want to do that. We want to get in there. We want to do business. We want to do whatever says the purpose is. Make sure we have all that documented in the conference summary, just in case something was to come up. And again, invite ARC members and introduce the team. We have to make sure, and in the conference summary, we need to state who those people are in attendance and who they are, if they're regular ed, special ed, guidance counselor. So we need to know all those pieces in that. Okay, we also need to make sure that once the meeting is over, that the parent or the guardian, emancipated student, receives a copy of that IEP, of the conference summary, and any other documents that you did during that meeting. They need to have that. We have to file one of them in their due process folder. We have to provide a copy of the meeting documents to the parent before they leave. And you probably know why we need to do that before they leave. To make sure that nothing else is put in there after they leave. So we need to make sure of that. Sometimes as we're reading through that, and it's simple to do, you have typos. You have things that, were just simple things. And if that happens, then you can do a non-programmatic change and fix those typos because you've already discussed it, those types of things. So it's just a grammatical change or something. Serve as LEA representative to approve allocation of funds, personnel, or purchases. So whoever your ARC chairperson is, if for some reason you need to purchase some type of materials, any kind of items for a student, you have to make sure that you are the ones that can allocate those funds. And then it's probably good if you talk to the director of special ed about it too. I know how that is. They buy something and then you're like, well, I didn't know they bought that. So you have to let your director know what's going on. We have all types of responsibilities, and we could write a big list. However, we just try to put the big rocks in there for you all so you'll understand what we really need to do. The big piece up here, if you look on the right-hand corner up there, is those procedure safeguards. They are very important that you give a full copy to the parent. a full copy, not just a summarized version, but a full copy at the meeting. Then you have to go over it, summarize it, ask them if they have any questions, document their answer. If they don't have any questions or none at this time, you have to document that in that conference summary. That shows that you went over those procedure safeguards. If eligibility is involved in this, we have to make sure that we verify all the data. We have to make sure that it lines up with whatever eligibility form that you are using. We have to document those parent contacts. You can do that in Infinite Campus as well as on the back of those folders. If it's for a referral, we have to make sure that we go through the referral process. We need to talk, and we're going to talk about all the referral and the strategies and all that stuff after a while. And again, another important piece is invite the student, grade 8 to age 14, or whoever is first, if it's 8th grade or 14 years of age. You have to start inviting the student to the ARC meeting. So we have to make sure that we do that. Some districts do that earlier, that we have here at the Quebec region, but that's just up to the school and their policies. Now, Denny Paul, it's your turn.
Okay, so, you know, lots of things have changed in the 35 years that I've been doing this. And one of the things that we see is like, we always think about, hey, the pendulum's over here, lots of documentation. Pendulum swings back over here, politics change at the top, and maybe a little less documentation. More documentation, less documentation. And I really feel like right now we're in a place where there's no place to hide. We're in a location within the landscape of providing services and providing faith to students with disabilities. You got to document everything. And if I ask the question, I've got several directors in here. If I ask this question, I want you to consider this for just a second. Eric, each one of you put your thinking cap on. What is the number one problem that we face in this region in terms of proper documentation and proof that we're providing what we write in the IEP? What is the number one thing that's missing in our documentation? Because if we don't get this right, everything else puts us at a liability. Now, as an ARC chairperson, you are your district's representative. And yes, we have to answer to what the state says. Okay? We have to answer to the policies and procedures and all the things that they want us to do. And they do review us each and every year. Now, we got a little bit of a pass last year because of the terrible situations that lots of our districts were involved in with flooding. But the heat's going to be reapplied here soon, okay? It's already starting to be. And so, what can you think for just a second? I'm going to hush and just let you consider that. What do you think is the number one piece that is missing in our folders, in our ARC minutes, in our documents to say, hey, here's the proof that we've provided what we say we're going to provide? Think about that. Have a conversation with your elbow partner, and I'm going to call on somebody I'm going to call on somebody. Well, go ahead and have that conversation. And I'm going to walk around, talk around, and look around and listen.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You guys keep talking about numbers and things. And my esteemed colleagues from Pikeville back here. Not a specific form, no, not a specific form, just in general, what do we feel, what's
File all documents in the ARC and the
we can't, if we don't have proof,
purpose, if you want the, make sure that you stay on the purpose of the meeting.
Yeah.
Meeting on track, what's the, you gotta keep the purpose on.
All right, good discussion. We'll pull back together now because we got a long way to go and a short time to get there. You guys, I'm dating myself a little bit. That's an old song, you know, that Jerry Reed used to do. So, no one even knows who Jerry Reed is today, right? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, good, yeah. I know Carla does. She's my bluegrass buddy over here. So, I heard several tables say the same thing, and I don't think I asked you guys, but you all got the answer, I know you did. So, I think you got the answer. All right, so I'm going to go here to my friends in Lee County, and I'm going to just let you open the floor. What do you think? What is definitive to prove that we've done what we said we're going to do in that IEP?
Well, we think it's various things. One little part is the conference summary. We discuss it all and we have it, but it doesn't always get typed in those notes.
Yes, and as an ARC chairperson, who's responsible?
The chairperson.
The chairperson.
So
That's an easy answer, right?
The chairperson's responsible.
Yes, yes,
So
and we lean on our folks, don't we? Go ahead, I'm
We were
sorry.
also talking about just proof that things are being done. And we had an issue last year with classroom teachers. You know, we might write under the regular teacher says it, but we really don't have a lot of data or proof of what our regular ed teachers are doing.
Mhm.
So we're having special PLCs this year just for teachers and special ed, making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, that they have that data in our conference summary.
This is Carla Lyons, director at Lee County. If you don't know, I know the directors know, but because we meet about once a month throughout the school year. But yeah, we appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Anything else that you wanted to add to that? You said several things,
Yeah,
so.
well, I mean, just getting everything in the conference summary and then getting that, the proof of what we're doing and really having the data.
Yeah, there's an old adage in special education. If you've not been around for very long, and some of you are already indicating to me you're newbies, so we're trying to go through that lens. And that first little piece there with Brenda, we were trying to activate some prior knowledge. As we do things here, and as I speak, the guru of instruction comes in, Dion Bates, but we try to do good instruction while we provide you with compliance, always. So what all those things that you said are exactly right. And there's an old adage in special education, if it's not written down, it didn't what? It didn't happen, right? And I think that's true in just about every walk of life now. If you don't write it down, it goes somewhere, right? It goes out there, somewhere it's in the cloud, I guess, or something. I don't know. Okay, so let's go back here. Leanne, my esteemed colleague from Morgan County, she's been director up there for a year or two, and we've known one another for several years. And for all you folks from Morgan, I worked with Joseph Stambo for many, many years. He was so good to us, and my friends from Pike will remember him so well. And such a good guy. But what did you all think was like? And I'm gonna throw a movie reference at you here soon, okay, on this. But go ahead.
I think a lot of times we don't really discuss the progress monitoring.
Yeah, and going back to what Brenda said earlier, if you're defining what the purpose is, and you say annual review, what should you be discussing in the conference room and in the ARC meeting? Progress, right? Okay, here's my movie reference. Show me the money. Right? You seen that one?
Yep.
Yeah. What's that movie?
Very wide.
Yes. Yeah. Some people watch movies. Dion says, I didn't see that one. That's why every time I do this, she says, I didn't see that one. Okay, so show me the money is also indicative of show me the data. Show me the data. If you go to LRP, which is the national conference where all the attorneys get together and tell us all the things we've done wrong, and you come back scared to death, I've done it many times, and the one recurring thing, some of you, the one recurring thing is, if you do not have the data and you go to litigation, write the check. Okay? And what I was about to say is, not to scare anybody up, but document and stick to the purpose and make sure that your notes reflect what you did and also that you did something to put in the notes. Okay? So many times when people get into litigation issues, it's an ARC chairperson stepped out for a big portion of the meeting without being excused, or somebody didn't show up that was supposed to show up, there was a technical procedure that was missing. But really, if you can keep it in your mind that when you sit down there, that it's your meeting, it's your data, it's your discussion, and try to make your parent feel as welcome and as part of it as possible. Okay? Now, I don't want to belabor this much longer, but I did want to get you thinking and get you moving and working a little bit, and we're going to do that throughout the day, hopefully. Okay? Hopefully, it's not going to be just listening to us, and you're going to have some things to do that are going to help you learn this information and learn it well. But so many times at the national level, whether you're listening to Mitchell Yale speak, who is the definitive person on legal special education issues in the country, show me the money. Show me the data. If you don't have the data, if you haven't discussed progress, if you haven't made changes when things don't go so well, and you don't have documentation to support that, you're putting yourself in a liability situation. Now, if it never comes to a liability situation, yeah, you can get by, but what are you really doing for that child? What are you really doing? And we don't want to lose sight of that elephant in the room, which is the child, right? We don't want to lose sight of, are we doing what we need to be doing for this child so that they can make progress? IEPs are not intended to be the curriculum. Special ed teachers are not supposed to be the only teacher of that child, right? And I know a lot of you come from regular education backgrounds, and it's going to seem sometimes like we as special educators are throwing off. But we're not. We're just saying this is what we have to do. We have to work together, and we have to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for those kids. Now, there are some pillars of the ideal law that I got to get to, because if I don't, we're not going to get anywhere, right? So I just want to go through these. These are the big pieces. These are the big rocks from the ideal law. These are the things that we're supposed to be doing, okay? IEP. You've got to have a substance in your IEP that includes data, okay? Present levels have to have data. And as an ARC chairperson, you need to be reading that previous IEP before you go into that meeting. You need to be the definitive expert in there in terms of knowing what's going on with this kid, okay? You don't have to be the detailed expert on the progress data and how special design instruction is being delivered, but you know, one of the roles that's going to come out today is that you're supposed to be able to supervise the provision of specially designed instruction. And so, IEP, getting it right, getting it well documented, getting it in place, and making it a living document, making sure that people are implementing it, that's a role of the ARC chairperson, okay? free appropriate public education. We're gonna blow this up in a second, so I'm gonna skip that one. But that's really the basis of what we provide. Every student with disability gets a free appropriate public education. And then we have least restrictive environment. So many times as we travel through this region, we'll hear things like, see if there's anything wrong with this, Ashley. We only have resource rooms. See her making that face? Or we only have, we do complete collaboration. Like in 1991, when I was teaching at Belford High School, the principal walked in and he said, we're going complete collaboration, no more resource rooms. See anything wrong with that? Yeah, so we have to have a continuum of placement options available, starting with regular ed, co-teaching, part-time, regular ed, resource, self-contained, home hospital, and right on down the line, incarceration even, we have to provide, right? So, lots of things have changed, but some things stay the same. And one of the things that we do as ARC chairpersons is we always, after we get all the things done in IEP, and we see what the needs of the student are, we then have to say, okay, now we can determine what the least restrictive environment is, because to the maximum extent appropriate, students are to be educated with their non-disabled peers, and I put on it, to the maximum extent appropriate, okay? That needs to be emphasized, to the maximum extent appropriate, because FAPE, and when we blow FAPE up here in a second, the Ender case taught us a bunch about that, okay? About what's supposed to be in there, how it's supposed to be delivered. Now, also appropriate evaluation. That's a pillar, okay? We need to make sure that we're not basing any disability or any identification, child find issue, whatever, that we're not doing that on one test or one doctor's diagnosis or one something. We've got to make sure that we evaluate, and we evaluate all the problems and all the issues that should emerge from a well-documented or a well-developed MTSS program, okay, or RTI. So your RTI and MTSS should be working seamlessly across that curtain, okay? And, you know, we've done a little bit of everything as far as being able to help students get what they need over the 35 years, and I've learned a ton, you know, and I've made a ton of mistakes, I promise you. I didn't have it all figured out. Kind of learn as you go kind of thing. And sometimes, you know, the thing that I can say as an ARC chairperson, just make sure you're there and you're aware and you know the kid and you know the disability and you know what's in the data, okay? You know what the needs are, you know how you're going to deliver them, how your school's going to provide that, and then include that parent, okay? So, appropriate evaluation goes a long way in identifying. Now, we have this thing, and we have a lady in here that's working on finishing her doctorate here real soon, and it's all the research that she's done is really around over-identification of students with disabilities. And we got this thing called Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, CCEIS. And if you over-identify in a category in the state of Kentucky, they deem you as a district and they force you to use 15% of your funds to improve services in RTI or whatever, okay? That's one way of doing it. So, and she can talk at length about that because she's done tons of research. Dion Bates, and so she's really close to finishing up, and we're really proud of that. And so that's a big major issue. So as an ARC chairperson, kind of giving you the background here, as an ARC chairperson, we have to be vigilant. We have to make sure that we're accepting referrals that have been done correctly, that there's data to support it, that proper instruction has been provided in both math and reading before we take a referral, okay? You know, we went through a pandemic, and it's like, oh my gosh, everybody's saying let's refer everybody, right? Because we've lost all this learning, but that's not an appropriate view of that, right? A kid with a disability is not a kid behind always, right? Sometimes kids are just behind. They're not disabled. So we have to discern the difference between those, and we have to know what those things are. And so that is really, 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 really important. Now, parent-teacher participation, we need ARC, we need strong regular ed representation in there. We need our teachers to be able to tell us what a kid should look like at grade 4, okay? We need them to tell us what are the bumps in the road for students that without disabilities. The content is vast and hard, and long, like my wife works at the 5th grade level, and it's like they can't get it all done, right? Because it's so much. But we need somebody in that meeting telling us where the target we're shooting for. That's really the role of the regular ed teacher. The other role that we're talking about back here is parents. And boy, did the Indra case blow that up. If you don't have parent participation and you don't lock that parent into helping you develop that IEP, you're making an error. Okay? Now, I know all the variables. Seen it all. Okay? I've had meetings in Arby's, and I've done all kinds of things. All right? But you got to try to get those parents involved. And you have to do things above and beyond. And there's a big push at the state level here right now for Indicator 8, getting surveys done, making sure that we're hearing what the parents are saying, and we're responding to the parents and their needs. But we're also locking that parent in through documentation. There should be a statement in there that says, what are your concerns in the development of the IEP? I'm a firm believer that needs to be in every ARC conference summary. What are your concerns in the development of the IEP? What do you think your student should be doing? How can we help them? From your perspective, you were with them, we get them 6 hours, you got them the rest of the time, tell us and let us help your student fully. Now, when you lock that parent in to helping you develop that and you make them feel a part of it, that builds a relationship, hopefully. And maybe they won't sue you down the road, right? Maybe they won't sue you, right? So, but it's more than that. It's more than that. Okay, we worry about those things as leaders. We worry about those as LEA representatives. We worry that, all these things. But really what it comes down to is, are we doing what's right for that student? Okay? And then the last thing is procedural safeguards. Listen, it's like the old way of doing it just always comes back up, right? The old way of doing it. We gave a summary and the parent waived the right to receive the procedural safeguards. No. The regulation is, and you'll see it come up in the policies and procedures. We're going to go through the policies and pull out the big pieces for you throughout the day. Give a copy. Shall give a full copy each year. That's a minimum, all right? And document that. And then just say something like, you know what, we discussed this, and the parent indicated they understood what we were talking about. And that covers you procedurally, okay? So those are big pieces, right? This whole word waive, they can't waive anything. They don't have the right to waive that away from themselves and away from the child's protection under the law, okay? So don't let them waive anything. If you want to wave at them when they leave, that's fine, but do not. Go.
What do you put if you've had the referral meeting 1 month and 2 months later you have the eligibility meeting and they've got their parent rights in the referral meeting? What would you put in that 2 months later meeting?
Just an indication. I would repeat that in a prior meeting for this school year, we gave the rights, and we're again asking you, do you have any questions? Just so that because, we talk in acronyms all day. We talk in language that sometimes parents don't have any exposure to. So we got to make sure that they understand whatever piece it is that we're looking at. And a lot of that stuff is about what you do if you're mad, right? And but that's part of the law, and that protection is always there. But that's a great question, Ashley. It's a great question, and so I would say, always just refer back to that. They, in every meeting, that they got the copy. And then there's other times when you have to give a copy. And we'll get into that in a second. Okay? I think we beat that dead horse down. And let's just see here. Okay, it's like the first ball game. If anybody's ever coached or played sports, it's like the first game. We've not trained for a while now, so I can't find my clicker, right? Okay, so just overlook me. and then it doesn't work probably. Let's see if we can wake it up. Okay, let's talk about this for just a second, because I may have skipped over this in the discussion. And I'm keeping a watch on time, so we'll go 50-10 most throughout the day. Give you a little break here because I can see some of you kind of, and that's okay because I'm the same way. If I'm having to sit there, I got, you know. So we're going to try to keep you engaged, and we're going to try to do as much Anita Archer stuff as we can do here today. Okay, keep you involved and keep you learning, right? And I love her, you know, I love Anita Archer. If you guys don't know, you haven't been in my training before, but I had the great opportunity of having her 2 different years for 4 days for 8 hours, and she's a master teacher. But she's like, class, the point of the class is learning, and more learning. So hopefully that's what we're going to do today. We're going to learn, okay? But you can't learn when you're cold and hungry and you need to go to the bathroom, so we're going to be aware of that and try to get you here and there. Child Fund is this obligation of the district really to identify, locate, and evaluate any person that you think might have a disability, okay? That's basically what it is, okay? So right there it is. I want to throw that up there really quickly. And you guys have to help
Remember,
me.
anybody can refer. You can have a board member, you can have anybody, a neighbor, anybody can refer a child.
Yeah, that's a. Okay, so let me slow down here just a second, and let's just recap just a little bit. Let's recap this ideal law. Okay, it's the foundation of most of your responsibilities as an ARC team. It is the federal law that requires the LEA to provide FAPE, which is free appropriate public education, and if a student's eligible, if they have one or more of the 14 disabilities, and they need special education services within the with the SDI. Let me ask a question. Let me put your thinking cap on here for a second. If you have a disability, but there's not a tremendous adverse effect, and you don't need specially designed instruction, where might you qualify with protection under the law? Who's that? 504, exactly. Good. So understand that if you have a disability, all kids with disabilities have the protection of 504, right? Accommodations, level playing field, all those types of things. But not all kids with 504s get IEPs. It's only those kids that need specially designed instruction, only those kids that need or have an adverse effect on their educational performance to a degree that they need specially designed instruction. Okay, so that's very, very important to think about. I'll skip over that because we're going to come back to it. Again, appropriate evaluation is required. You know, we have to have a solid certified evaluator to do an IQ test. We have to have people that are trained to give achievement tests. We need to be training our regular ed folks to do adaptive behavior measures, you know, all those kinds of things. So that all goes into appropriate evaluation, and then reevaluation is required every 3 years unless parents and LEA agrees it's not necessary. Okay? So there's some differences in the regulations now and in the record review that talk about reevaluation. The good news is it says that you don't always have to do the 3-year reevaluation. The bad news is your policies and procedures haven't been updated to reflect the new kind of information that's in the record review. So you've got to continue to do what's in your policies, local policies and procedures. Now, that brings me to something to think about. You've got federal law, okay? And then when you get to the state level, there's a little bit more, you know, you can't do any less than what the federal law requires you to do for students with disabilities. Then when you get to the state level, there's a little bit more added on that require you to do some things, you know. some additional things, like, for example, the way we look at MMD and FMD separately, that's allowed. We're not doing anything less, but we've kind of added a layer there, right? Then when you get local area, a good example of that is how you choose to do RTI and eligibility in LD, right? That's left to the local folk, right? So there are lots of things that at those levels. So that's very key in being a chairperson, to understand how the law works, and we'll talk more about that. But the reevaluation piece is it's a little more flexible than it used to be. Okay, just say that. We used to just kill people if they missed a timeline on that, right? 36 months, you got to have a reevaluation, and you do have to consider reevaluation still, okay? And you still have to look at it. Leanne, you look perplexed. You have a comment?
Oh, no.
Okay. I just thought maybe I was you want to weigh in on that, because it is a little different than what we've been used to, okay? And there are some particulars, and hopefully we'll have time to get into all those particulars later. We've already talked about that. Okay, so let's take a break. It's 9:54. We've been going about 54 minutes here, and let's come back about 5 after. Okay, 5 after 10. There's good stuff out there: fruit, confections, coffee, water, and restrooms. So, and if you're frozen to death, go outside. No, I'm just kidding. I've got 3 jackets and one in my office. So if you need to borrow a jacket, I know it gets cold in here sometimes.
Is it like a diagnosis? Is it just like something that's salary?
Are you ready to do it?
And when are they getting an official letter that you've been accepted?
I brought one.
Special design instruction under 504.
No, they get the same instruction. If a kid doesn't need special design instruction at all because of their diagnosis or disability, then they can get a 504. Because their instruction is the same.
So what you're saying is,
So like, I can do the exact same instruction as far as the
but
rest
it's
of
okay,
the
it's a
students.
physical.
Anxiety.
Oh, that's coming to work. That's what you put. You said you take the play space unless they do an SEO, they need CPR. I see. I think if they need CPR, they should have.
But he does for about 40 because of anxiety. And so he gets all those, his needs are met.
A separate location. Like my diabetics, I don't.
Special classes. So you think this is probably good?
So you don't think there is no special, that never happens. So then who, okay, so you just say that the teacher knows just final policy and that's up to them.
That's up to them.
Yeah, I mean, like,
No, I mean, I think she gets, and so who requested that? Students may not be able to follow through with their answers, but his anxiety. But like, we feel too, I've got severe anxiety, I keep messing, I do this, I do that. Well, why is school changing if I don't know that? If that's her decision? I don't know. Does she? Okay, what about, listening to these girls that like, why are we? But then, like, that's what I'm saying, like, so then we're saying, all right, we're gonna put you in the Rise Academy without any documentation that you truly have this disability. Aren't you bring your pressure to show that you have it? Why am I putting them in the academy? That's all we talked about. That's all we discussed. Like, that girl has good grades, she said she hadn't died, you know what I mean, like, the look on her, so she, I'm pretty much. All that was said was that she was that's not that's what I'm saying. So that's not, so like, I think parent request or not, like, doing this for kid right. I know, I'm how many IDs? No, she just asked me and I don't know, I can't remember, I don't remember.
During COVID.
Just the one banner. Did he come up with that?
Hey, I know. I think I'm just gonna do this. Like, I know you guys, everybody.
That's what I want.
Everybody knows.
Simple. I've got it. Yeah. It's okay. No, we're not. See, we've been talking about it, so we're gonna continue on. I was asking that. Just oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, he develops a lot. He comes up with the side. Sometimes you want.
What do you have to do a presentation at PD, you have to do PD? 2 hours.
Okay, so, it's 10:05 and we really need to kind of try to stay as close to the time because we've got a lot of information to cover. We're gonna do a lot of repetition in the second half of the day, to help crystallize some of this learning for you. But right now, what I'd like to do is just really quickly, I didn't introduce myself and I don't want to make it take up a big long time. Just say this, 35 years of special education and I've loved most of it. Okay, I won't say I've loved all of it. I'm not gonna lie to you and say I've loved all of it because it's a hard job. You guys have hard jobs as administrators, and directors of special ed have really hard jobs. So, as principals and designees and counselors and whatever your role is in the school system, your director really leans on you to kind of keep those meetings in order and make sure that you understand your responsibilities. And we're going to talk about responsibilities. We're going to talk about roles that you have and go a little deeper with that as we move through the day. So I want you just to think for a second, okay? I was one of those guys that I coached for almost 30 years. I was a high school basketball coach. Have a great passion for that. Carla knows I love bluegrass music. And Brenda knows that, and a lot of you know that about me. But I started out at Belfry High School in 1988. Okay, I know a lot of you probably weren't born yet. But it's been 35 fast years, really, and it's been a great life in terms of our school and our profession. But I want to just go around the room, just say your name, okay? And tell us one thing, just tell one thing that is interesting about you that people may not know, just something you might didn't care to share. We'll start right here. Yay!
Yay, I'm Glenna Wright. Something interesting about me, oh gosh, I don't know.
That's gonna take a while.
And you're a principal in Lee County?
No, I'm a counselor.
Counselor in Lee County, okay.
She can be principal.
It was-
No,
okay.
I don't want to be. That's something interesting. I do not ever
Interesting
want to be a
fact.
principal.
One interesting fact.
I have a 17-year-old daughter. Oh, I rescue dogs. Yeah, I work
She
with
rescues,
dogs.
my wife would love it.
She rescued what? I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Dogs, awesome.
For a dog rescue.
Oh, sure.
I stay so busy.
All about business.
She runs the food pantry every day.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Food pantry. So I'm hearing a lot of just, what's the theme here that started? Service, right? We're service people, right? We can't get away from it. We serve kids, we serve dogs, we serve people, you know. So,
Josh Brockwell, and I also coach basketball.
okay. And what's your role there?
I'm the assistant principal.
Assistant principal, okay.
What do you have, boys or girls?
Boys.
I say, I thought I let you look familiar.
Yeah, you look familiar.
I thought so.
Don't hold it against me how crazy I am on sidelines.
Carla,
Oh, we feel you.
Carla lines, I'm pretty boring. I'm a-
Carla Lyons is pretty boring, but I don't think that, so, you know.
I'm a wife and a boy mom.
She's a wife and a boy mom.
She's
Fair
a
enough.
crazy band mom too.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Yeah. And you like bluegrass music too, don't you? You want the smart people. Yeah.
Actual man who's, Pike Lieutenant School. I'm a workaholic, so, but I'm a mother of 3, and they are my pride and joy.
Another 3. We worked together a long time, and she's fantastic.
Kelly Thatcher, Papa Elementary's school counselor,
Okay.
and got 2 beautiful girls. They're about, one's graduating this year, and then I have a junior that's graduating next, so I might need like a lot of support this year.
Yeah. Well, we'll certainly do that. We'll certainly do that. That's what we're here for, so.
Kristen Potter, Pikeville Independent Schools, I'm first year assistant principal. So great
And
job.
she's also the better half of my preacher's. She's my preacher's wife, so, yeah. Welcome, Kristen, to your new role. I know you're gonna do fantastic, so. All right, over here.
I am Meredith Harris. It's my first year as
Okay.
principal at the Rise Academy, an alternative school in Morgan County. And something interesting about me, my former principal said that I like to prank people and have fun.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that'll serve you well, I'm sure, in this new role. And you might want to perk your ears up when we talk about discipline. So- I'm sure you do. I'm sure you know it all about all that. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I am Kristen Wheeler,
Uh-huh.
and it's my second year as principal at East Valley Elementary. And I don't feel like I have time to be very interesting.
She is time, you're devoid of free time, right? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And we appreciate our friends from Morgan County being here. We really do.
The cartel.
I'm Catlin Haney, I'm the Deputy Superintendent for Morgan County Schools and DPP. Something interesting about me, they're all looking at me. I guess you already know, but,
He's the greatest
He
person.
can be anybody. He can impersonate
I
anybody.
can impersonate.
So you can already,
Oh, yes.
you can do it out in the hall.
Maybe by the end today.
After the first sentence, he has time.
He can do anything.
You can also have.
Okay, do a takeoff on
Somebody.
Carrie Grant. No, I'm kidding. That's from Andy Griffin. So I'm a hopeless
I also like
reference.
basket, I'm an avid basket.
Okay, all right. Yeah, well, you'd fit right in with my family.
Also
My
know,
dad
if
lives
you're
there.
Belfry, also, I played AAU basketball a long time ago with a guy from Belfry, you may know him, his name's Jamie Case. A guy named Jamie.
Know Jamie Case and his family well. Sure do, yeah.
Larissa Johnson, the principal of Wrigley Elementary School from Morgan County. This is my second year as principal. I don't know, something interesting, I'm just thinking a fun fact. I love
You
dill
can
pickle.
sing.
Oh, no, I cannot sing. Everybody else says I can't.
She's always sweet, genuine.
Dill pickle juice, I love dill pickle juice.
Oh!
Okay,
Drink it right from the jar.
all right. Did that happen before children or after children? No.
Before.
Before?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Over here.
I'm Miranda Bowman, I'm principal at Easel Elementary in Morgan County.
Uh-huh.
Interesting, I don't know, but I'm usually pretty good spirits.
Pretty good spirits.
Pretty
Yeah,
hot.
I noticed that already. Yeah. Yeah, but you're gonna have to do something, so get it ready. All right, so,
Casey Hampton, I'm the assistant principal at Morgan County Middle School. And I have experience at all 3 levels,
all right.
elementary, middle school, and high school.
That's gonna vote you well, no doubt. So having that breadth of knowledge is great.
Amber Adams, principal at Morgan County Middle School, and I'm a little hyper like Miranda. I try to
tame it, I don't tame it very well.
We're just.
I really love glitter. So, there you go. And my middle school kids love glitter too.
Okay, yeah, good, all right.
They all get it. I send them cards and they always.
It's got
It has
glitter.
glitter in it.
I went to the nursing
Yeah,
home.
open them. You have to open them
You know, if
outside.
you get glitter on you, it's kinda hard to
Never,
get.
it never
Yeah,
goes.
it never goes away.
No, or glitter in your kitchen.
Yeah, okay, back here.
We've got some elementary schools, we ban glitter. We hate glitter.
I love it.
everywhere.
I love
She don't just love it like glitter inside like a case or something, that's great. No, she wants glitter in a bottle, spray it on you, it'll glitter, in your hand, glitter.
I do too, I like the sparkle.
She leaves a trail.
Like when she says she spreads glitter, she really
Literally.
spreads glitter.
It's not elegant clever.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it though.
So,
We're always shining.
I've lived with a kindergarten teacher for like
I
the
was a
last
kid-
30
I was a
years.
former kindergarten
Yes,
teacher.
Yeah, so that's where my mind goes immediately.
I was a kindergarten
She,
teacher.
she's like that. So, she still tries to make me laugh for lunch and things like that. So,
Hello, I'm Amber Stanford, and this will be my 24th year in education, my first year as principal at Morgan Central Elementary. To this crew, I'm known as Big Amber.
And I'm Little Amber.
Yeah. And anyway, let's see. There's a lot of things I like to do. I like to be outside, swim, run, garden. I like to fish with worms, not a professional bass fisher in a pond, that's not kind of fishing. Anyway, but I have had zero time to do anything. I have practically lived, breathed,
Yeah.
eat, slept at school since I got hired, so I haven't had time to do anything much, but I will eventually, I'm sure. So anyway, I look forward to the year. I look forward to this year. I really do. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
And
well, good
yeah,
luck
you know,
with that, and I'm sure you're gonna do great.
I appreciate it.
My friend Lee.
I'm Lance Sargent, the Director of Special Education. What do you see?
I said one. She's been doing it for 1 year. One big long year.
One day.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She likes to draw fast.
It's
The
really hard.
interesting fact on her is her nickname
Yeah.
is Dale.
So,
After Dale Earnhardt.
yeah, it's fair to say, like, when you're an administrator, you never get knocked out, right? You never get that knockout blow in most instances, but it's constant right here, you know, somebody poking you in the back, right? Constantly, just poking you in the back. That's kind of the way it is. And so I understand that you don't have time to do anything, because being, you know, and as good as you do your job, I can understand why. So we appreciate you bringing your folks. We really do. Oh,
My name is Joe Gamble, I'm a former high school principal, now I'm a principal at Woodby Youth Development Center, if you are interested in tongues.
okay, all right. Well, thank you for being here. Over here, my two new directors.
Sydney Trent, I'm the new director in Knox County.
Yeah.
It's my third day.
Third day.
I love to travel.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Brittany Walker,
Yeah.
new director at Academy Independent. I have two boys, one starting kindergarten, one starting preschool.
Aw.
My preschooler is a type 1 diabetic, so I like to.
The last director you guys had, great friend. Yeah, well, coordinator, John. Of course, I love him too, but, we joke about it. Of course, we can joke more now because he's retired, he can't hurt us, right? Okay. But John, lots of times would call Brenda first. She's always the first line, right? Call Brenda. If you don't know something, we need something answered, right there. There's the definitive answer, right? And then if he doesn't get me, immediately dials. Now, if he doesn't get her, he immediately dials me. Okay, so one time we were in the same room, and yeah, and John calls, and Brenda just hands me the phone. So I answer her phone, and John's like, "What just happened?" You know. But we had a lot of fun working with John, and we're going to support you and Sydney as well. You know, we'll be there if you need us and when you need us. And, we like to say 24/7, and that's really the truth. I mean, we will take calls just about any time, anywhere, and try to answer your questions and be there for you as much as we can. Right here.
I'm Ginger Mullins. I just finished my 16th year teaching high school math, and I'm the new school counselor at Pikeville High School. And I like candy.
Yes.
I've worked on schedules in Heber often this summer. We're just giving with water.
I coached her husband, so. Yeah, hello.
I'm Courtney Wagner, I'm the new counselor at Sebastian Elementary School. And I just got a new niece to school, so not interesting, but.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce this lady again, Brenda Combs. She's the reason I'm here. When I was the first year director, I could not have made it without her. And I'm going to tell an interesting fact about her, and she might get, but she is from Texas originally. A lot of people probably don't know that. And she literally played football. So nobody messes with Brenda here. She's tough as nails, but she has a heart of gold, and she knows this stuff inside out, upside down. Now, what I want you to do right now is let's transition into an activity here. If you haven't already picked up on it, I'm going to put it back up here on the board. Okay, so there are the answers to your fill in the blanks. Okay, I don't know if you picked up on that, but if you haven't, I want you to work through that and kind of reconfirm some roles and responsibilities. Okay, so this is the ARC chairperson roles as we see it, just kind of quickly. So just go through that real quick and fill in the blanks for yourself. Okay, so that we've got that solid base of information. Okay.
Coordinate next steps.
Should be walking. It's pretty close. I like your framework. I've got that one right.
Is it working out for you? Making sense? If it works out good, I created it. If it didn't, Delon created it. You can't hit me, it's not in here. She'll be back. She had a meeting she had to go to, so she's meeting with some folks. Right now, she'll be back in a little bit. And I have an hour. So let's just go through this and kind of put this on speed dial a little bit, right? Okay, just kind of push through this a little bit. We're going to serve as the district LEA representative. Okay, so you are the face of that ARC configuration. Okay, you're the person that's in charge. It's your meeting. You can stop the meeting when you want to. You can ask for more data. You can, there's so many things you can do there. All right. Determine the purpose of the meeting. We're gonna look at this in a few minutes. Determine time, date, and place of the ARC. Very important that you fill all that out. We're going to have that regular review document for you this afternoon, and we're going to look at some of those things that are problems in our region, and hopefully we'll kind of clean some things up. But one of the things I can say is sometimes we get that ARC notice and it doesn't have the information that we need on there. Okay, and so you or the name that should go down at the bottom usually, the LEA representative, it should be your name, not your signature. And so that says, hey, I'm responsible. I'm responsible for what goes on in here, okay? Determine the correct members are present. Invite students in grade 8 or 14. Now, let's go back on 4 there, just a second. One of the things we do, and you'll see this in just a second, we'll show you a screenshot, but one of the things we do when we review files, Brenda and I, it's like Bugs Bunny says it's duck season or rabbit season, whatever, you've seen that, right? It's folder review season for us in the spring, and we review a ton of files, and one of the things that we said, okay, did you invite this role? Did you have the proper roles identified? And then did those people actually attend? And did they sign the document, right? So important, right? So that, as far as compliance is concerned, all right? Record conference summary notes accurately. So you should be reading the old notes and making sure that the new notes are intact and that the notes reflect the purpose. Okay? Notes reflect purpose. File a copy of the notice in the due process file. Make sure that your special ed teachers are following through with that. You're going to have a bunch of new special ed teachers, right? That's just the nature of the beast now. They turn over, they turn over, they turn over. You've constantly got new people. Make sure that they understand their process. Make sure you pair them with a mentor, okay, in that school that knows what they're doing. And if you don't have that, then you have to mentor them. As a director, you have to mentor them, I should say, okay? And as a chairperson, you need to just kind of follow through and say, hey, could I take a look at your file? Do you have all the things that are in there? Because what happens lots of times is we'll say, oh, we'll put that in there later. And then it comes time for folder review, and we're like looking around for stuff, right? So I'm just telling you what happens in real time and real practical applications of this. So you're responsible for that, making sure that document any parent contacts. Now there's a log of parent contacts in Infinite Campus. That's so important, especially if you get into a due process fight. And they try to say, well, we weren't notified, or we didn't get the right to participate. Document it. If you made a decision, you got consent, which is a huge deal. We're going to get into that in a second. Huge deal. When you get consent, did you get it properly? Did you get it from the right person? And if you went ahead and evaluated without consent, got a problem, right? Got a problem. So, or did you go ahead and have an annual review meeting without the parent there? That's one that comes up lots of times. So, doing the record of contact in Infinite Campus is super important. Okay. Provide a copy and explanation of procedural safeguards. Talk about that. Introduce all ARC members. State the purpose of the meeting, and it must match the meeting notice purpose. So that pre-populates to your conference summary. When you're reading through and you got your purpose on your ARC, and I'm going to show you a screenshot in a second, but it pre-populates, and so you want to make sure that it matches, okay, always. So when you're reading through that. Guide the ARC conversation and keep the meeting on track. Now sometimes parents come in with their guns loaded, right? And they're ticked off that regular ed teacher, or they're ticked off that special ed teacher, or they're ticked off that guidance counselor. Getting ready to wear that role, right? And so what you don't want to do in an ARC meeting, and I'll tell you about one here in a little bit. My go-to story. You don't want to let that turn into a shouting match, for lack of a better way of putting it, okay? You don't want it to turn into, hey, we came here to beat your teacher up, right? Verbally. I'm not talking about physical, I'm talking, even verbal. So you keep the meeting on track. This is the purpose. Here's the introductions. Here's what we're going to be doing today. Here's the data we're looking at. Here's the decisions we're making. Here, what's your input, parent? And we've got, at the co-op, there's 8 other co-ops just like KVIC, right? There's Big East, there's Northern Kentucky, there's Southeast, South Central, Central Kentucky, Western, right on down the line. There's one in Louisville, there's one in Shelby County, all the way up in Western, in Bowling Green, whatever. So we all get together each year that we're in session, when schools are in session, each year we go 2 days a month and we study particular things. But what we did is we put together ARC agendas, okay? And we're going to share those with you, okay? But we don't want to share those too early because we don't want you looking through that. You know what I'm saying? Just look at that. Okay, we've got the game plan here. This is all we need to know. Okay, but we're going to give you those agendas. Those agendas are really nice and they're hot linked. They have all kinds of information. If you want to read about the intricacies of manifestation determination in your spare time, outdoors, some like outdoors, hey, go ahead, right? You can do that, but the information is there, right? Okay, so we're going to look at those. We're going to look at those a little bit later, though. Check and review all documentation with the conference summary. Make sure the information matches the documentation data. Make sure that if you say annual review, that you talk about the last IEP and how the child did on those goals. Okay? The goals are intended to be layered on top of their regular instruction. Okay? Those are vehicles to help them make progress and to catch them up and to close gaps and all that kind of good stuff, right? So you want to make sure that your documentation has a starting point for that child and where you're headed for that child, what you can get done in a year is what you're supposed to do on an IEP, right? And so check for understanding of all ARC members regarding meeting discussion of decisions. Just ask those questions and document it. Everybody said they understood. You know, what comes to mind here for me is if you got a student that's on alternate assessment, okay, there's so much to understand. Okay, and there's so much guidance that says you need to ask that question multiple times. Do all ARC members understand the implications of being on alternate assessment for a student? That they're not going to get a regular diploma, and there's a possibility it could impair their ability to do certain things. Okay, we won't even presuppose what that is, but we kind of know, right? That there's certain things that when you don't get a high school diploma, it kind of puts you in a situation where there's implications. So everybody needs to understand that, and that needs to be clearly documented, okay? And that's what we talk about. And then in any other ARC meeting, not just an alternate assessment one, you need to make sure that your members understand what you've done, okay, and what you're doing in that meeting. Okay, provide copies of meeting documents to parents, ensure copies of documents are in the due process file. And then receive referrals and requests for meetings. Let me talk about referral for a little bit here, just briefly, as kind of a precursor to what we'll talk about when we get into the regulations. You are the gatekeeper, right? You're the gatekeeper, and I know how schools work. Okay, I've been in school all my life. I'd like to have a map of all the schools that I've actually been in. You know, just amazing to think about over a 30-year period of time, how many schools you go in. But what schools are doing sometimes is they've got groups of people that like to work together. I won't call them cliques, but I will. Right? Do they exist out there? Yes. Do they? So what we've got to do is we can't be the buddy system here. We have to be responsible. Okay? And so when we look at that referral, do we really have the documentation that supports that child receive the proper what? Instruction in reading and mathematics? And do we have the data that shows they didn't make any progress after repeated treatments of intervention? And did we share that with the parent? And did we do all the things that we're supposed to do in regards to our MTSS program? And as the gatekeeper, we got to say, this referral's just not meeting the mark here. We just can't see. We can't suspect a disability based on what you've given us, right? So you have to think about that. You have to think about that, and you have to sometimes ruffle some feathers if they're not putting the data in there. They don't have the high leverage practice that is research based and can be peer reviewed and all that kind of good stuff. We got to make sure that we are keeping the gate, because there's as the they'll come in and you say there's gonna be consequences and repercussions if we over-identify. I'm gonna say it again. If we over-identify in our districts, they're gonna catch us, and they're gonna require you to give money to somebody else. And you don't wanna do that, because it's hard to meet maintenance of effort. And maintenance of effort is this thing that says you gotta spend the same amount of money plus $1 the next year on students with disabilities. So you have to make sure that you're not over-identifying students with disabilities so that you can continue to provide what you need to provide for the students that are disabled. Okay, does that make sense? So that's something to think about. Okay. Let's get into the next little phase here. Let me just drop down here and show you what you've got. And we'll make all this stuff available to you in Google. We'll have your sign in, and we'll link everything. So we'll send everything you're seeing today. We'll make available to you. Okay. So now let's just look here for real quickly at some other roles in the ARC process. Let me get one more for the old people. Okay, so we've got other people. If let's just ask this question and let you all mull it around and have a table conversation. What is a properly constituted ARC membership? What is that? Who is that? Who has to be there? Who's optional? Talk about that for a second. We'll come back and talk about the special education roles.
And that is really any services to child, preschool teachers, special ed, they don't need it can actually be a student. So like what, you have to be 14 years old to sit in. Right? Yeah, so that doesn't take place on every year. But now I'm not saying it's like you're getting
Makes things easier to make but what regulations says that they don't want to include the development of the yes.
This county is this far away from them.
Right, but you have to show that you include their interest or preference. And so you need a blurb in your summary thing to show up, describing what their interests and preferences, how we included that, how we got it. We did assessments, and we included the information. We had a separate meeting with the student, we talked to them, we did an interview, we asked them what they wanted to do. Okay, let's pull it back together. Let's pull it back together. Let's go to this table right here. It's Catlin, right?
It is.
Yes, I got that. All right. So, who do you think has to be in the ARC?
The regular ed teacher,
Okay.
special ed teacher,
Special ed?
Principal.
principal,
So,
Chairperson.
talk about
Just
the
the
chairperson.
chairperson.
Yep.
usually the principal in that case.
Yes.
For us.
Well, I understood what you mean.
Yeah.
Because that's typically what happens,
Yeah.
right? We got some guidance counselors, we got some assistant principals.
Yep.
You know,
Related services folks,
okay.
OT.
Are they required?
Optional.
It's only 3 required, right?
So the parents don't actually have to be there
They're
either.
not required.
What do you directors think? What do you directors think? Leanne, what do you think? And that is one of those things that you're gonna see in the KARs. It says one thing and your policy says something else. Okay, that's why I brought that up. I want you to catch that. Sometimes you have to read the fine print, okay? So it says anybody can be excused in the above, and it kind of leaves it open, right? But in your local policies, and Teresa Combs is sharp up, right? If you don't know her, you want to get in front of her sometime, right, and listen to what she has to say about this stuff. I can't do her justice, really, okay? First of all, she talks a lot faster than I do, and I talk pretty fast. So, she's got something going on in that brain that I don't have going on, okay? But it says in the KARs that you can dismiss some folks, right? You can have an excusal. And then there's some things you have to do if there's an excusal. Like if a related service person doesn't show up, I'm gonna pick on Ashley. She was a speech teacher. She always came to the meetings, okay? But we had some folks from time to time that would try to squirrel out of the meeting, right? And sometimes they'd do it on the day that we were having the meeting. So it says you have to get the excusal prior to, and they have to have a chance to review the information. So, I'm liberal a little bit, so I'd say, okay, we can go ahead and have the meeting, but for a minute here, we're gonna sit here and go through this information with the parent, and you tell us if it's okay to excuse, right? That's in real practical terms. Would you say that's the way it should go? For most part? All right, you got a parent you got a OT that doesn't show up because they contract with the hospital. All right? They call you and say, I got a sick baby. Can't be helped, right? I'm not saying anything bad about OT because most of these practitioners do a great job. But can we sit down on the day of?
You're not supposed to. You're supposed to have.
See, she's conservative, right? That's what
I'm super conservative.
That's what, because it can get you in trouble, can't it? It can get you in trouble, and you should be. And so here's the other elephant in the room for our directors. 60, we're on day 60. Now what do? You see what I'm saying? You got to do the right thing, right? You got to do the right thing, and you got to.
What you could do in that case is you could call the parent.
Okay.
Hopefully you know before the 12:30 meeting. Hopefully it's 10 o'clock, and you call the parent. That is prior, sort of. I could maybe sleep at night with that. And
can you defend it in a court of law, right? Or on the front page of the newspaper the next
you put
day?
it on your conference summary, and then the parent wrote a statement
Saying it was okay.
saying that it was okay, they understood, and you all.
I still think that word prior can be played with. That's why I said I'm a little bit liberal when it comes to that. And that's basically what I was saying, the same thing that you just said. And she's been doing this a while, and she's got things going on up here that I don't have going on up here too. She's really smart too. So very good job. And so who do we have to have? Gotta have. Okay. All right. Now let's look at what the special ed teacher has to be doing in there. Okay. What is their role? And let's face it, we put a lot of pressure on our special ed teachers in these meetings, right? We really put a lot. And who's the summary recorder? Who's going to be recording the minutes? Who's going to make sure that everything gets put in there that needs to be put in there? Who's bringing the draft IEP? And make sure, by all means, make sure that you repeat. When you bring that IEP out for everybody to look at, that's already pretty much done, that you call that a draft, okay? Because there's this thing in the special education law that causes lots of problems, and it's predetermination, okay? You don't want any predetermination of eligibility. You don't want to predetermine what the needs are. You got to look at the data and make those decisions. But you can have a draft, and you need to call it that.
In IC now, I don't know if you're ever familiar with this or not, unless it changed with this new update.
Okay.
But if you don't, you can, these where it goes like a watermark where you print out an IEP, it'll say draft, it won't take draft off until it's locked.
Until it's locked. That takes care of that predetermination problem. In the past, and we at the co-op are a little bit disadvantaged, and our directors are really good about sharing with us, but we don't have access to Infinite Campus. Now, we have a liaison, Regina Brown from Letcher County, who has done a tremendous job over the years being our representative with Infinite Campus. and all the changes that come up, and she keeps us posted on all of that. And there, I noticed there was something come out just a day or two ago. There's a workaround on conference summary for particular types of meetings. You need to do a Word document and staple it, and that kind of thing. And the exact instructions are there, and if you need to ask a particular question, get with your director and let them figure that out for you in terms of, you know, you can call Amy Patterson, but you may or may not get her. But the directors know how to do that and get a hold of who they need to get a hold of. But we will support that. And if you have questions about how Infinite Campus is working, please do. But what Leanne's is telling us is something I wasn't aware of yet. And thank you for that, because I missed that somewhere, that the draft watermark is there until you lock it. So that's a new one, isn't it?
You have to go in there and do something on mine, because it just was in, I accidentally found it one day.
Oh, okay. Okay. So again, those rights and stuff come up. Yeah. And you're probably the person that does it. So you'll need to lock in on that. So. But yeah, let's talk about predetermination real quickly though. You don't want it's okay to have a meeting with your folks and discuss, but you don't want any kind of documentation that would say that you made an eligibility decision outside of that ARC meeting itself. That parent has the right to be involved in that decision, okay? And we don't want to leave them out in any form or fashion. We don't want any one person making that decision, you know. So we're going to talk about consensus and some things, what happens if you have a disagreement later. But I just want you to think about predetermination, and I want you to think about what we do with special ed teachers. So required ARC team members, they serve as the teacher of the child, and they have the knowledge about the child's disability. They participate in the development of the IEP. They provide a draft of the IEP, there we go, and they implement the IEP, including progress monitoring. So they're the folks that are going to be bringing the data, right, on the goals. And that's what you should be talking about. And here's the thing, here's another elephant in the room kind of thing, all right? Everybody, if you're a special ed teacher and you've got 20 folders to take care of, and when you look at your caseload at the beginning of the year, like every good special ed teacher will do, and you determine when your meetings are going to be held, and when you need to hold them, and when the timelines run out, and all that kind of good stuff. The nature of the business now is that you used to be able to look at that and say, I'm definitively having 10 meetings this year, or 20 meetings. You've got 20 folders and we'll have 20 meetings, 20 annual reviews, right? You can't do that anymore, okay? You have to be prepared that if the data drives the decision to change, you've got to come back to the table and make the change. Nobody wants to do that. No ARC chairperson wants to do that. No regular ed teacher, special ed teacher wants to do that. But that's really what, when you listen to Mitchell Yale speak, and he talks about trends in data and trends in special education, one of the things he says is, what gets you in trouble is continuing to do the same thing and expecting different results, right? We know what the definition of that is, right? So, insanity, right? So make sure that if the data is telling you, especially tell your special ed teachers, look, if something's not working, then we've got to go back to the table. And then the other thing is, big problem in our schools, discipline, right? Big problem. You need to make sure that you're showing that with that discipline, when that kid gets on your radar and they poke you in the back a couple times, right? And you see him a second time, hey, what have we done? Does he have an IEP? What have we done to change the goals? What have we done to change the intervention? Yeah. So that we can say, hey, if we get to that point where we're going to have to change placement, that we've done what we needed to do in the interim. Okay? So many times we run into problems, and Brenda can tell you that we run into problems where the administrator says, oh, we've got to jump from A to Z because the kid does something terrible, but then you look back and he's got a series of infractions and we didn't do anything to adjust the IEP goals and the positive behavior intervention supports that are required by law. Okay? They're required to have it. And it doesn't have to be an EBD kid. to have these differences and to have this treatment of behavior. So any kid that has a disability can also have this treatment of behavior. So think about that. So I would say the number one role of special ed teacher is to provide specially designed instruction. Okay? And as chairpersons and as administrators in your school, I hope you've got a mechanism in place whereby you check to see if specially designed instruction is being provided. And are we giving a treatment to the goals? Or are we just writing that thing, throwing it over in the filing cabinet and forgetting about it? Okay? Are we actually literally treating the student? Because it's individualized educational programming, and it's in addition to what core instruction they get and that kind of thing. So we've got to make sure that the number one job of the special ed teacher, now, they've got to do all this documentation. Okay? They've got to do all this progress data. They've got to do it, but progress data and SDI go hand in hand. And so we've got to know where the kid's starting, we've got to know where the kid's hoping to end up, and we've got to certainly think about all of that as their number one role. And then it says communicates information to the ARC about students' progress, program accommodations, and the like. Okay? So your regular general education teacher, I would say let's put it in your court. I had a principal not too long ago tell me he'd never been in an ARC meeting in his entire career. That's a huge intellectual jump from I taught AP biology and chemistry and physics, and I was never in an ARC meeting. My entire career, now I'm the chairperson. Huge intellectual jump. But let's put the thinking in your court. What is the number one thing that a regular ed teacher needs to bring to the table in the ARC meeting? Just have a conversation and be ready to share. Have a conversation, be ready to share. What's their expertise that they're bringing? I wanted to hear what.
See what, we're ready.
Any samples of things that they've collected.
Okay, let's pull it back together for a second. Let's go right here to our friends in Lee County. What do you think the number one role of the special ed teacher should be in the ARC? Regular ed, I'm sorry. Thank you for keeping it again. So, regular ed.
Well, they should be the expert in that curriculum, so they can talk about what normal growth would look like and what they could anticipate a student struggling with and what strategies they use in the classroom.
All right, we need to give you applause because that was great. And that's why you have to have them, right? That's why they can't slip out. They've got to be there to share what a typical student looks like. Similar age peer, that type of thing. So well spoken. So I can't say it any better than you said it, right? Good job. Okay, so let's now transition. We're going to get up and move around a little bit. Okay, we're going to move. So because getting to that part of the day where we're starting to think about lunch and that kind of thing, and we're hitting that. We're about. Let's push through and take a break at the top of the hour. How about that? Okay. All right. So we've got parent on here, provides input on student strengths and needs, interests and preferences, and we want to ask them what is it that you think they need to work on in the IEP. Ask that question every time. I can't say that enough. That needs to be documented. And then the student must be invited at age 14 or grade 8. We say in this region, we want you to start thinking about inviting them at age 13 because they may turn 14 before you get back to another meeting. And the same goes for the 15 and 16-year-old requirements, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. So let's jump ahead here and let's do a little activity. Let me get back to it. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to consider faith, okay? And if you have to use your devices, you can do that, okay, to get you some help. All right, we can do a little scaffolding in here, right? All right. But here, this is an activity I love because it teaches so much about faith and it teaches so much about what we should be doing as LEA chairpersons and districts in providing what needs to be provided for students. So we're going to determine what each word means. Faith is an acronym, right? Faith is an acronym, all right? So you got to figure out what that is. I want you to use your sticky notes. I want you to have a sticky note for free. I want you to kind of summarize what free means in this context. I want you to summarize what appropriate means. I'm going to go ahead and give it to you, okay? I'm going to give you public. I want to know what that means in this context. And I want to know what education means. Now, you're thinking, oh God, this is stupid. No, it means something a little different. And so try to get that down. So each table is going to define each word, discuss with your partner, write and rewrite the definition of what you think it is. What is F, what is A, what is P, what is E. And then Ashley, you got an in-person jam board right behind you, okay? You guys got one down there. You all have one there. You guys have one right there. You guys can go right there next to the KVEC logo. You guys can go in the middle, and you all can go right there. Okay, it worked out perfect. I can't believe that. So everybody's got a place. So here, you go down there.
Down there.
Yeah. So you're going to go down there and pick out a spokesmodel. Okay. I have a feeling I know who's going to draw the short straw in this group. He's outmanned, outnumbered. So, all right. So, and then when you go to your jam board, when you all get finished with all 4 pieces, go up there, put your sticky notes up. I'm going to circulate and listen to the instructions. This is an engagement activity, and then you're going to share with the group. Okay? Now, let me go back on this. Let me go back on this just a second. Okay? If you're doing this in a classroom, and I'm kind of jumping because I want you to get through it, okay? And we need to move on to something else in the next hour. But if you're doing this classroom, I want each individual working on this in a silo, okay? So I want each individual responsible for it, and then I want an elbow partner to discuss it and then rewrite it. You see what I'm saying? So you would take free, you would take free, you would take free, and you would take free, and you would write what your answer is, and then you would have a conversation amongst yourself.
Come to a
Okay?
consensus.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you would rewrite. So it's a write, it's a think, write.
Discuss.
Yeah. Discuss, rewrite, share. Think, pair, share on crack, if you will, okay? The Andrew case, the Andrew F case, is something we can talk about a little bit. It really defined the substance of the IEP. So it goes a little deeper in appropriate, okay? So what we need as ARC chairpersons to think about is, can we look at that IEP and determine if the substantive piece is taken care of? Are we meeting the child where they are? Are we providing data-driven decisions and goals? And are we able to have progress data that proves that we provided what we said we were going to provide? And layered on top of that is another piece: did the parent participate? Because what got Andrew in trouble was the parent didn't participate. The kid was in school from age 3 to age 11, and they had the same exact goals year after year after year. This kid was autistic, He was scared to death of house flies. He was a typical or the atypical child in that he would try to elope. Okay, he got fixated early on in his career. They used a timer to try to provide some behavior intervention, and he got fixated on a timer. He knew there was a timer in the school somewhere, and he constantly was trying to get out of whatever situation he was in to get to the timer. And so, but what the school did was they just kept giving him the same thing. And they didn't confer with the parent. They didn't do anything. They didn't change anything. They didn't do any new intervention. And guess what happened to the kid between the age of 3 and 11? He didn't make any progress at all on behavior. And what happened to him also? He got bigger. He got much bigger. And when they get big, and they can grab a hold of your hair and yank you down like that, and they can run really fast, and they can get away. All of a sudden, the 3-year-old problem is much bigger, and we haven't done anything. So they got to the Supreme Court, and I've listened to the podcast about it, where the attorney that represented the parents in Colorado said the number one thing that got this to the Supreme Court is what? The lack of what?
Specially designed instruction.
Well, yeah, but they didn't have any progress data. They didn't have any progress data. So again, show me the money or write the check, right? Show me the data or write the check. So important as ARC chairperson to be able to look at that present level and say, I can find the baseline. I can find the starting point for that skill. I can find the goal that follows with it. And I can find the progress data in the annual review so that we can say, hey, we're working with this kid and it's appropriate in light of their unique circumstances. It's ambitious. It pushes the student. So if we got a kid operating on the 3rd grade level in reading, we write the goal on the 4th grade level, right? And we do progress monitoring, okay? Without getting too deep into it. But Andrew taught us so many things about the substantive piece of the IEP. The IEP needs to have met the student where they are and provide them with some challenging goals that's going to move them, and it's going to be layered on top of core instruction. It's going to be layered on top of intervention. It's going to be layered on top of universal design for learning and differentiation and all those things that are afforded every student in the school system. Any questions about appropriate? Okay, so important that you can identify those things when you read through. Okay, let's take about a 5-minute break here. Let's get warmed up. If you need to step outside and warm your bones a little bit, or if you need to go to the restroom, or if you need to get a drink, let's take about 5 minutes. We'll come back and we'll go to the top of the hour for lunch. All right. So 11:19. We'll start right back. We'll go for about 25 minutes here. We're going to have lunch at 11:45 Pacific Way. Okay? Brenda, come.
Okay, so we talked about some of this earlier, so it's something like a little review for some pieces. But what I want you to look at first, we've got parent participation, and it says that we need to make sure that one or both of the parents of the child with disability are present at the ARC meeting. We have times that some parents' rights have been terminated. So we need to make sure that we don't send a notice to that parent, and you should have a court order to the effect of that. So we just need to make sure that we look at that. We're going to talk about a parent representative after a while who can do that. So I'm not going to go into that right now, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So we already know that our notice has to be 7 days. Now, when we're looking at days, we look at calendar days, unless it tells us business days. So we have to have that notice out. Now, can the parent waive those 7 days? Yes, that parent can. Just have to mark the box, and we'll see that little box here in a few minutes. We've already talked about several of these pieces, the purpose and those types of things, but the location of the meeting, sometimes they leave that out on that notice. We have to make sure the parent knows where to go. Even though we think they know, we still have to put that on that notice because that's like the compliant piece, you know, when we do compliance. So, who can be in attendance? We've already talked about that. Notice that the parents can invite someone. Now, they can bring an attorney. In the past, you know, 40 years ago when I started this, you know, we could say, well, since you have your attorney, we're going to have to halt this meeting and reconvene at a different date so that our board attorney can be there. That is no longer the case. If they bring an attorney, you still have to have the meeting. So make sure your dose is there. That's when you get on the phone and call, say, oh, you gotta get over here. So just make sure of that. Notice that the LEA will invite representatives from the early intervention program when there's an initial meeting going on. So we have to have everybody that's there, especially the person that is referring. We need to make sure that they are there. Sometimes that don't happen, but we do need to make sure of that. So here's your actual notice. Here's where we put the date, the time, and the location. And then, this is what Denny Paul was talking about earlier. Here are the persons that we can invite, and we need to invite everybody that's going to be for that child. And then when we go over here, we see that the purpose is already populated in your summary notes. And that's what he was talking about earlier. It's already there for us. So we just have to make sure of that. The purpose of the meeting, you know, we have to look at that. We have to see if the child, we've already talked about this 2 or 3 times, if they're 8 or they're 14, whichever, and Denny Paul has already discussed with you if the child is the 13, going to turn 14 during that IEP time frame, that we go ahead when they're 13 so we don't have to have 2 separate meetings. It's hard enough to get a parent there one time, much less 2. And as they get older, you find out that it's less and less if they show up. So we do have to invite the student at age 14, make sure that you check that box. And then we have outside agency. This happens when the student is 16. If you don't have anyone that needs to be at the meeting at age 16, we mark the box not appropriate at this time. For those students that have OVR or School for the Blind or somebody, another agency, we will have to mark the box, the appropriate box. OVR is already populated for us, and then we check other and put whoever the other agency is. It could be KRCC, it could be a lot of other things, other agencies. So we just have to make sure of that. But the outside agency, that is the scary part. If they are not being paid by your school district, they are considered an outside agency. If you have a vocational school and they are paid out of a separate pot of money other than your board money, they are a separate agency. That got me when I was a director. I thought, well, my students participate in vocational school. They have their information down there, and it blew my mind because I got dinged on that. So then on out, we had to have outside agency for a vocational teacher to come to an ARC meeting. So it sort of don't make any sense to me, but then again, I understand that we have to make sure that we watch after those students and do everything right. But an outside agency form, it's a third-party notice. You have to complete that prior to the notice that you send to the parents. Because what if the parent does not want that agency there? And you went ahead and invited them. And that has happened. You can't invite an agency if the parent or the emancipated student says, no, I don't want them there. So we just need to make sure that we have that outside agency notice and that it is dated prior to the notice that goes home to the parent. So we can make sure that we're on the same playing field. If you send it out before then, it shows that, well, you've already invited the agency before you sent the notice on to the parent. So you have to have those days to make sure. Okay, so we did have this ARC, we have an activity for you all. We're talking about elbow partners. and you have already discussed all of this, okay? Then Paul gets ahead of himself, okay, and that's fine, because that's just less work on me, right? But, yeah, so it'll go by a little bit faster. Now, when we're talking about your ARC membership, the piece right here is what I'm concerned about right now. A lot of times, and I mentioned it earlier, we forget to invite our related service people to the meeting. And then all of a sudden, it's like, day of the meeting, it's like, oh, I forgot to invite my OT. Well, a lot of times, those people are contracted, and they may be in a different district that day. So we have to make sure we think of them when we're filling out that notice, and make sure that we get that to them so they'll know that day. They don't have to be in person, but if they are in another district, they can get on the telephone and they can talk about their pieces that they need to talk about. So that's one way that we need to do that. The child, if appropriate. Now, sometimes we forget to check that box when that child turns 14. We have to have that box checked. Now, does that mean that child has to show up to that meeting? No. But in your conference summary, you have to state, how did you discuss with that child, and when did you discuss with that child the pieces for the transition, the preferences, their interest. You know, you might have did a transition assessment. You might want to discuss that and say, this is what we discussed on such and such day, and talk about those things.
I heard a director say one time, at minimum, when they hit age 13, we should be interviewing them.
Oh, yeah.
Every year. To find out what's going on with them, find out where they're headed, what they're liking, what they're not liking, because they change. And so I thought that was really good when that director said that. The other thing I want to say to you is, we're taking you through these. So if you want to pull up the reference from your KARs, that big document that you picked up this morning, it's on page 22 where Brenda's talking to you. Okay, it's on page 22. And we're going to go through that entire table of contents, the big pieces. Okay, so that's the backdrop for this. Sorry about that, Brenda.
You're fine.
I didn't say that when you go.
You're fine. Then, of course, we've talked already about this, the role of the ARC chairperson, which is just about everything. So when you look at that, it tells you right there that the representative of the LEA, which is the local education agency, which is your school, who is qualified to supervise the provision of specially designed instruction and meet the unique needs of children with disabilities, and they have knowledge of the curriculum, and they have available those resources, those funds that they can purchase items for students if necessary. So we have to make sure that that ARC person has access to the resource money. Contact your director too. They always need to know, because they're over that maintenance of physical effort, and they have to have all these pieces, you know, when we get audited. So, the knowledge of the general curriculum and the availability of resources is a big role that they play. So we just need to make sure that if that happens, number one, you contact your director, and then go listen to whatever she or he says, and then go from there. Because sometimes we may not have to purchase it, they may already have that. Here again is your ARC notice. You'll see the purposes are listed. Here's the date and time. Now, this is a piece that Diddy Paul told you all that whenever this is marked, we go all the way to the end of the conference summary to where the signature page is at. And we match it. Is so-and-so there? We see it. We go to the conference summary, we don't find that someone was invited, but they didn't show up in the conference summary that they attended, or they signed the notice. We look to see if you say so-and-so did not attend, blah, 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 and this is what we're doing. They may have called and gave you all information, they may have faxed it, of whatever. That's when you had that discussion of the reason why that person was not there, however their information was presented. A member of the ARC team listed above, which is on the other slide, may be dismissed from a meeting. Okay, so it tells you that they can miss the whole meeting or they can miss part of the meeting. When this happens, if we know in advance, sometimes we don't know till right when the ARC meeting happens and maybe their child got sick or something happened and they got sick and they had to leave. All right, but if you know that that person, and this was actually written for your related service people, that's exactly who it's written for. If we know in advance that they're not going to be there, you know, there's two things that they have to do. Number one, they will have to send their materials to the parent and let them go over it in advance before the meeting. And then they have to also give their goals, all those pieces that they sent that parent, to one of the ARC members to go over during that meeting. And all that has to be in the conference summary. You have to talk about that. They have to know all of this. So we have to make sure that if they are going to be there, if they're not going to be there, to have that excusal letter. There is one in Infinite Campus. And the excusal letter, you know, we have to make sure that both the parent and the school district are in agreement that that person is not going to be there. And of course, you have to check the boxes of what they're going to be doing to talk about in the ARC meeting. Okay, so B, that's where you have to submit. The member submits in writing to the parent and to the ARC team input to the development of the IEP prior to the meeting. So as soon as you find out that they're not going to be able to come, and you send that notice and if the parent says no, I want to change it, I want the people there, you have to change it. Now, what happens if it goes out of timelines? What are you going to do? Well, number one, I'd probably express to them that, you know, it's going to run out of timelines, go with that, and to see if they will come back and waive maybe the 7-day notice or something to come back in there. But they do have the right, if they want the related service person to be there, or it could be KRCC or whoever, they want them there, then you have to reschedule. And you need to document that in your conference summary. I know you're getting tired of us saying conference summary, document, but like he said, if it's not there, it did not happen. So we don't want to do that. So this is another little activity that we had, and we want to use the elbow partners. And of course, I feel like you all probably know this pretty much, but we might want to just go over and discuss this, discuss it with your groups, and briefly, because the answers I think will be very spontaneous. And if you don't understand part of it, then we need to talk about it, because we have a lot of new people in here. And that's one reason why I said, you know, LEA was a local education agency. A lot of people don't understand that yet. And if we're talking about you, stop it, say, halt. Don't do baby steps with me. But that's the only way we're going to learn. Okay, so what parts of the IEP are you familiar with? What is the one that just pops right at your head? Is it the present levels? Is it writing the goals? Is it transition, post-secondary transition? I'm going to flip this now. We said, what parts are you familiar with? What parts are you not familiar with? Do you understand the connection between your goal and your special design instruction? That's some of the things that we catch when we do the compliance. We look at the goal and the SDI does not match. So we need to make sure that it matches. So there's some things that you might not be as familiar with, especially the new ones. I know you all are probably sitting there thinking, you've already gave me a headache, I can't make it the rest of this day. But there are some things, I'm sure, that you feel more comfortable with than other things. All right, so you have supplementary aids and services. You cannot have a child in special ed if it's blank, the supplementary aids and services or the SDI. You have to have something there for, if they were special ed, that shows that they have that adverse effect. Because if they don't have adverse effect, they can't be in special ed. All right, so what are the key pieces? And I hate to say this, but I think there's several key pieces to this, the IEP. Number one, can you write a goal if you don't have present levels? No, you can't. You can't write a goal if you don't have present levels. Can you write a goal if you don't have progress monitoring?
Very difficult.
You can't do that unless it's an initial. I heard somebody say that just a second ago. If it's an initial, you can use a document as that and the RTI that went along with that. So you could do it that way. What are those 4 things that you must have in the present levels? Anybody know?
Baseline,
Baseline,
strengths, needs,
concerns,
and present level where they're at. Adverse effect.
you have to have adverse effect statement. You do. You're right. So, I liked when I did the present levels, I compared the student from the goal that they were written for previously to where they are now. So we know about what range it took them to get from one level to the next. Because sometimes they don't master that goal in a year, and you could talk about that too in your conference summary. And then what if they did master that goal? What are you going to do? I heard it. You have to have another meeting. You have to have another meeting. So we just need to make sure that we're aware of that. And then, what does the law say about ARC chair and special design instruction? You have to know it. You've got to know what special design instruction is as a definition. Plus, while you're going through that content, you have to make sure everything matches. It's like you had to push that button, you really hate to push that button yet. That's what it makes you feel like. But after a few times, you get used to it and you just go with it. What is the least restrictive environment statement? Is that important? Yeah, it's very important. We have to know where the child functions best. Now, I already know that Diddy Paul talked about when he was told that we're going straight to collaboration. Well, guess what? There are students there that cannot do straight collaboration. They may be on the low end of the MMD, and they can't pick up that pace. It's so fast in that regular classroom. They just can't do it. So you have to think about those things, and that, I feel like, will be our next court case. Because I know there's so many schools that don't have enough staff to have both resource and collaboration. So they have to choose. But that's not what the law says. It don't say you choose. You do what's best for that student. Or you write the check. So it won't be a check, it'll be compensatory time. So you don't want to do that because you don't get paid after they're 21, you don't get paid, you don't get sick, you don't get sick add-on, you don't get transportation money, you don't get anything. So the child is there. And in one instance, we had one stay till they were 28. They got compensatory time till they were 28. So we need to make sure that we're looking at that child and we know where that child goes. And who should decide that? It should be the whole committee. But the teacher that's there, the regular ed teacher should be the one that has the child in class. Special ed teacher should be the one that has the child. Everybody needs to know that child and how they function. So we just need to make sure that we do our LRA and do it the right way. And don't worry about funds because special ed gets a lot of money. How do you match that with your service page on the IEP? What we do is we look at your LRE, when you fill that out, that's section F on your conference summary. Then we go over to where, I call it the special ed grid. I always called it that 40 years ago. It looked like a grid, and that's why I called it that. And it tells us if they have co-teaching, and in what courses. If it has resource, in what courses. It has that. Above it, it has a little statement that says, you have to state what the child has without other regular education students. So if they're in resource math and resource reading, you've got to put that in there, because it says content. A lot of time they'll write us a sentence, but they don't put the content in there. They don't tell if it's reading or math or both. And then we have to mark it off because it don't tell the content area. So we have to make sure. So there's so many places that we can find LRE, and all of them have to match.
The wrong thing.
Okay, so, if you're following along with the KARs, we're gonna jump around a little bit, okay? First thing we're gonna talk about is IEP. This is the basis of what we do for students with disabilities in our programs, okay? An LEA shall ensure an IEP is developed and implemented for each child with a disability served by the LEA and for each child with a disability placed in or referred to a private school or facility by the LEA. One of the things that we have failed to talk about a little bit, but we want to talk about it right now, is when we look at this STAR, is implemented as soon as possible following an ARC meeting. The LEA shall ensure that there's no delay in implementing a child's IEP. And there's some regulations about the IEP being in place on the first day of school, and there's quite a bit of law around that, and there can be some litigation around it if we don't pay attention to what our local policies and procedures say. And so one of the things that I would say to you, if I ask this question, and we've got some experienced folk in here, and we've got some new folk, and we've got people coming from all different walks of life. So I'm going to ask this question, and I want to see what your response is. I want you to just write down what your response is. Okay? I want you to just get you a piece of paper, write down on a sticky note what your response is. On your own, don't cheat. Everybody's on the honor system. Okay? What does the phrase prior written notice mean within special education? What does the phrase prior written notice mean within special education? Prior written notice. And if you think it means two things, you can put that down. If you think it only means one, do that. What are we talking about when we talk about prior written notice? And it really relates to implementation. Now have a conversation with your elbow partner and compare notes. Now compare notes. If you only have two elbows, that's probably a good thing. And well.
Look at him, look how he got.
Y'all got stuff.
Okay, let's bring this meeting to order. Are we about ready to talk about it? Okay, who wants to volunteer? No one. Right? So, Carla. Just kidding. I've been picking on Carla all morning. I'm going to go back here to Leanne, the senior member of Directors of Special Education. Actually, we're just kidding with that. She's a lot younger.
I don't know if this is what you're looking for. but,
Yeah, I'm sure you've got it.
So it's before you implement the IEP or anything like that, you're giving parents prior written notice of what, like if a parent doesn't show up for an ARC meeting, you're giving them, notice of what is gonna be implemented in the plan, and giving them opportunity to, call a meeting if they don't understand something or if they disagree with it or something like that. So that's why you was conference summary home if they don't show up for an ARC meeting.
That's exactly right. Exactly what yeah. So what? Yeah, good job. Let's give her a hand. So here's the thing. We asked that question at the beginning of last year, and we had a group of experienced teachers and brand new teachers. And most of them said ARC notice, right? When you say prior written notice, that's where your brain goes, right? And maybe some of you thought that too, and that's not wrong. Okay, it's not wrong. That's partially correct. But it's another thing too, and it says anytime we make a change in the identification, placement, evaluation, or the provision of FAPE, we have to notify the parent. Okay? Now your local policies and procedures are going through some things, right? And in most instances it says, how many days, Brenda? How many days do they have to notify after the change? Is it 5 days? Or 10?
Some districts have got 10 written in theirs. One district's got 3 days in there, but I think that's too early.
Okay.
Some have 5.
Some have 5, some have 3. So you need to refer to your local policy. You should have local policies and procedures that you're familiar with. And so what we're talking about, what documents all of these changes? What document are we talking about, Leanne?
The conference summary.
The conference summary. So, when does this become problematic? Leanne? Or if the parent doesn't show up, right? If the parent doesn't show up, Leanne's going to tell us. She's also going to post her a picture here because that's the world we live in nowadays, right? So why is it problematic if the parent doesn't show up? We got to get to them, don't we? We got to inform them, right? So good job, very good job, and a good picture, I'm sure. Now, this is important because when a parent doesn't show up, if we send the paperwork home or we haven't had a process in place whereby we verify and ensure that the parent has received that before the implementation occurs. Now what's this say? Implement as soon as possible. That's a problem, isn't it? It can be a problem. Unless we have to have forward-thinking folks and make sure that we're on our toes, as Anita Archer would say, that we're on our toes when it comes to this piece of documentation. Never a problem, Glenda, until it's a problem, right? It's never, my good friend from Pikeville, it's never a problem until somebody calls your hand on it, right? Well, I didn't get those changes, so I'm going to call my attorney, right? And that's what we're talking about. So, 2 types of prior written notice. 7 days and prior written notice. Now, let's jump ahead here a little bit. We'll come back to some of this. Are you ready?
You want me to do the referral?
Yes. Tired of listening to me, so I'm going to give it to the extremely more verbose human being in the room, Ms. Dillon Bates.
Thank you all, there's no way that I talk more than Denny Palmer. Thank you, guys. So we'll talk just a little bit about ARC, and we're talking about the referral, and I wanted to share some things with you all. So I've been working on my dissertation. Part of that work has been interviewing principals. And as I've informally collected data, one of the things we've learned is that when we're over-identifying students in certain categories based on race and ethnicity, what we're finding is that support, we need a little more support for ARC chairpersons and folks in, around eligibility and around that referral process. And so that was one of the reasons I asked maybe just to get a talk a little bit about moving through the referral and that process, because again, that's one of the things that we found is that principals and ARC chairpersons, school leads have a background in education, but it may be a general education, and there may not be specific training on eligibility. So part of one of those things that we can do about heading off any over-identification or inappropriate identification is through that process. And then the other thing is the referral system. And again, that's another thing, an area that we can make impact change and also be proactive in the work that we do. So we're talking about that referral, and we're talking about that you have to have a referral system in place that you have that has a systematic approach or a process that you have for kids to be referred for special education. And that is, the goal is that we're going to prevent over-identification. And so some of the things that we've learned just from principals is, sometimes in practice, we've used special education referral as part of a process rather than being, so I'll tell you what one principal, and I'll quote this one. One principal said, we've used special education to throw a label rather than to throw a net to save children. And so that was a direct quote from administrators that have been through this process. And so what we're saying is, sometimes we use that direct route to refer a child for special education versus going through a good, solid, tiered system of interventions prior to making a referral. And so that's one of the things, that process, we have to make sure that the student has an appropriate evidence-based instruction and intervention. And a key to that is the data, making sure that we have quality interventions that we're providing, and they're evidence-based. Because I think about when we used to make referrals when I was a special education teacher, and we would make referrals, and I don't know that all of our interventions were evidence-based. But as an ARC chairperson, that's something you want to look at, and you're going to have a flag on that. You're going to look at what kind of interventions are we doing, how often are we doing it, and then what does the data tell us about that? So questions that you can ask about that, to think about it is, what do you know from the data? What interventions have you tried so far? What have you worked? What has worked? What has not worked? And those are just guiding questions for you, just to help you through that process. So, we also wanted that documentation of different assessments and making sure that there's good, adequate data to help us make a decision through that referral process. Do we accept that referral? And another principle, and I'll just share this with you all, this is just some informal data. I've not published this yet or anything, but one of the principals said that we had a teacher that had, they took their MAP scores, and kids that were below baseline or below level in math, those were generally the ones I wanted to start that referral process. Maybe a handful of kids were already being referred because of some of those data, rather than using multiple sources of data. And so that's another thing, I see some of you are very surprised by that, so I'm glad to see that. Because we're making a huge shift to that. But we can't just use one source of data. We also have to have evidence to back that. So again, that's what we're saying here. We just need a good, solid system for our referral. It's always good to look at your MTSS program, your tiers of intervention, just prior to that referral. So we have a good system in place.
Can I throw something in there?
Yeah.
Two things. One, we always know where young baby mama is. Child find law. Number one.
That's right.
Two is the burden of proof, if we get into any kind of litigation issue, falls on the district. So if the district didn't follow every little step of the referral process, then denied the kid to be referred for services, then we're held liable on that side of it. So my thing is I tell our teachers is, I'll be honest, we've hardly ever turned a referral down. I'm just afraid of being ends up some kind of litigation because the burden of proof is always on us. And if KE comes in on an audit, they find something going to be on the camp, well, what's a lawyer going to do? So, because we're not perfect, so there's always going to be issues there. So those are the two things too that we got to worry about when it comes to the referral. And I totally agree, but there's also, you got to worry about the litigation side of that too.
Absolutely, and you're right, the child find obligation, you know, and if, we've got to look at those referrals and be serious about every one of those referrals. And like you said, we have to consider.
I think that's why we have a systematic process.
That's right.
Intervention has it. That's something
They go
that
by
you
the
need to
same
see if we
thing
can get you back into your
That's
And
system.
documentation, and progress monitoring, because if you don't have that,
So like you've
you're
got.
not winning.
That's-
And that's the thing too, going into 90% of litigation cases, it's all about the progress monitoring, that you have either support or not support.
That's right. And those are real good points. That's exactly right. Because we talk about over-identifying, and that's really what I was thinking about in terms of over-identifying, but we can't under-identify either. We have that obligation. We got that
And that's
legal
like us
obligation.
right now in our district, you know, I'm starting to look at areas that we are having some over-identification issues starting to pop up. So what are we gonna do to try to offset that?
Yeah, right, right.
With the pandemic, I feel like too, there was maybe an issue of the
Yep.
over-identification, and we can't rule out lack of instruction.
Not so much this year, last year is this year, now this will be.
Now we can kind of hit the ground running.
Right, so those are big factors, absolutely.
I'm like Marty, and I wanted to second something he said. He's talking about not really turning down referrals, and I agree, at high school, we really don't.
Yeah.
But what it does is it helps the teachers, gosh.
It's okay.
It helps the teachers to see what they might have been missing in the information. If we don't turn down a referral, but we will hand it back and be like, hey, help us out.
Well, and we do too, if
Yeah.
there's parts missing that come to us,
Yeah.
we'll say, you need to take this back and add
But
this.
it's very helpful to the teachers
Yeah.
to see that, oh, okay, well, I really didn't need to refer this kiddo, or maybe I
Or you
did need
didn't
to
have
refer
enough,
it.
or you didn't have enough progress, data points, you know, we like to have 6 with our referrals, so if they don't have that, then we'll send this back and say, hey, we need some more data to go with this, so. I didn't want everybody to think that we were just taking every referral, not looking at the documentation itself. That's not what I meant to that, so.
Well, I think exactly what you're talking about, there's a real balance between, we don't just accept and automatically fast-track kids into special
No.
ed, but that we have a systematic process in place that we use in our district, that we look at what data that we have, we make sure that we've given kids interventions and provided them the appropriate instruction too. And sometimes those may occur concurrently, right? They may happen, you know, depending on who's making the referral, that we're providing interventions along the way. So those are just important things. I just mainly wanted to share with you kind of some of the things that we're learning. Mostly that, as ARC chairpersons, how we support principals and how we support members on that team to understand that whole process around referral and how important the data is and how important that we look at the supports for the child. Okay, so while Deepa's getting it pulled up on there, we've got an activity. So we're gonna give a little, a chance for you to take a practice about the disability categories. So another thing that we've thought about is how do we support ARC chairpersons around understanding disability and disability categories, and that kind of helps you with that eligibility process. So you should have a sheet in your packet that is the, it's got eligibility. So it's got all the disability categories at the top, and then there's some blank lines, just a little fill in the blank. Everybody finding that? Anybody need a copy of that? Give me a second to find it.
And that's in Australia.
I got it?
I'm a doctor.
Okay, so we're gonna do this on your own. So I'm gonna let you do it first on your own. Nobody will check to see if you don't have a correct answer. It'll be all right. We're not gonna give you a grade on it or anything. But go through and see if on your own that you know those disability categories. And we're talking about, there's different kinds of categories. We talk about there's some high incidence disabilities and there's some low incidence disabilities. So there's gonna be some that we're gonna see much more frequently in an ARC meeting versus ones that we maybe are less frequent when we're making a determination. So I'm gonna give you about 3 minutes to work on it.
No, I don't, I want to get it wrong.
He's wrong all the time.
I know, I'm used to being wrong.
Okay, is anybody, you need any more time? Is anybody good? Are we ready? 1 minute? Hold your hand up, you need 1 more minute? 2 minutes? Yeah. You need a minute? Okay, we're gonna give everybody just a second.
I think we're good on time, and if we have completely finished, we can pick back up and you can just kind of fill in as we go.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So you will grade your own paper. We will not ask you to grade someone else's paper. So let's talk just a little bit about the activity. What is the communication disorder? The stuttering, impaired articulation.
Speech language impairment.
Speech language, right, speech language impairment. Okay, let's look at the next one. This one has, a child has a disability that has, cognitive functioning is 3 or more standard deviations below the mean. FMD, right? We have an adaptive behavior deficit, right? It is FMD. And that's the other piece, that we have an adaptive behavior deficit that's 3 or more standard deviations below also. And then there's severe deficit in overall academic performance. And so that's good information. So what I'm gonna say is if you wanted a reminder, this would be a good thing to just keep in your folder. The ARC chairperson can also help you with some of those characteristics of those disabilities. All right, so this next one is a child who you give interventions and instruction, and they have social emotional needs, but they have one or more of the following. Right, they have severe deficit in social competence or behavior, deficits in academic performance that's not commensurate with their ability. They have a general pervasive mood of unhappiness or depression, and a tendency to develop physical symptoms or fears. So what is that one?
ED.
ED, right, emotional behavior disability. All right, let's look at the next one. So this one there's adverse effects, let's see, concomitant impairments that have adverse effect on the child's education I can't speak today. Performance, there's a severe educational needs that can't be accommodated in the special ed program, just for one of the impairments. You could, like mental disability and blindness, or mental disability and orthopedic impairment. So what would that one be? Multiple disabilities. All right.
Dion, if I could, just right there on that one. That one's a difficult one. Sometimes we see some crazy things out there, with multiple disabilities. Here's the key piece to that on determining eligibility. If the child can be served for both impairments with one teacher, they're not multiple, right? If they require 2 teachers, think mental and physical. Think mental and physical. If they require 2 different specialists, multiple. Okay? Multiple disabilities, we know brings us more money, and so we want to make sure we capitalize on that, but we don't want to inefficiently do it either and have wrong
At the same time,
disability.
that too, that affects funding. So, you can't have like an EBD and an MMD. So, it's usually with your HIV kids that you have multiple disabilities.
One of our directors or more experienced ARC chairpersons, either one, can you think of a child that comes to mind where you have a real practical example? Who's saying?
Yeah, you can talk,
Yeah, absolutely.
Orthopedic and
Yeah, I have a student that could possibly fall under multiple categories, and he had half of his brain removed, but it impacts his vision and academics, so he has to have a vision teacher plus
Very
But it's
good.
more than that, actually.
Right,
That's-
right.
Yeah.
I guess, are you asking a category, or when, like, the same teacher could serve, is that what you was asking? When would that be? Is that what you-
No, I was just wanting an example of when it would be clearly the correct
We got one more.
procedure. Okay.
Sort of a similar situation, had a student who was visually impaired as well as having Barrett syndrome and other health-related issues. And so it fell under a multiple because it couldn't be serviced with just one service or one teacher.
So when you think mental versus physical, that really helps categorize it. And then, we had, in my career, vision and an FMD cognitive situation, right? So sometimes that happens. So you gotta have those two teachers.
Okay, any other questions, or anybody want to share anything else on that?
That was a hard one, that's why.
That is a hard one, I'm glad we stopped on that. Yeah, that is a hard one, because there was a time when we were a little bit, yes, we've been a little hesitant.
I got a little kickback from my director at that
Steve,
time.
can I throw something else in there about that? Just remember, if you've got a VI who serves
I argued that with all.
the kids in MD, but also getting visually impaired services, well, the visually impaired teacher is not certified. They are to give the VI services, so we kind of gotta watch, because then we get into a waiver situation, and you don't know if gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take the next one. So, let's see. An injury to the brain, open or closed head injury. External, right, TBI. The next one is a developmental disability significantly affecting verbal and nonverbal communication, social interaction, autism. Okay, so that's, y'all are pretty quick on that one. Let's look at the next one. A child has vision loss, even with correction, and there's a visual acuity. And we know there's a little bit different guidance now that we have on visual impairment, but, I'm about to leave. So what is that? We're talking about vision loss or impairment, right? Okay, let's talk about a child that has a disability in their cognitive function is 2, but not 3 standard deviations below the mean. MMD. They still have that adaptive deficit that's 2 standard deviations below. Also, it's a MMD, right? Okay, let's look at the next one. Having limited strength, vitality, or alertness. This might include a heightened alertness to environment stimuli. So this could be asthma, what? OHI, right, attention deficit disorder or ADHD, right, OHI, so other health impairment. And so that gives you some idea about the character of those indicators for that disability category. Okay, let's look at the next one. We have both hearing and visual impairment that have an adverse effect on the child's, what is it?
Deafblind.
Yep, deafblind. So check to see if you got that. That's right. That's a good point. You don't go multiple on that one, those go together, right? Because that one is hearing and visual impairment. All right, let's look at the next one. A disorder that adversely affects their ability to acquire, comprehend, or apply reading, math, writing, reasoning, listening, speaking. Right, it's a specific learning disability. And so you can see, it also includes, it doesn't include deficits that are a result of other primary impairments. All right, let's look at the next one. A child with the ages of 3 through 8 that has not acquired skills or achieved commensurate with DD, developmental delay. All right, a severe impairment caused by a congenital anomaly, absence of some member, or an impaired by disease. There's OI, orthopedic impairment. All right, let's look at the next one. A child has a hearing loss that adversely affects their educational performance.
Hearing impairment.
That's HI, hearing impairment. All right, so you can see how well you did. But this is a helpful tool, I was thinking, as we were thinking about the activities, kind of test yourself, but also, there's a lot about information that's a quick reference for you as an ARC chairperson. Again, yeah. It is, yeah. It is in eligibility training. So thinking about that, and we talk about the roles of the ARC chairpersons, but again, some of the things we know that maybe we need chairperson to have more information about the disability categories as we're helping, in those leading meetings for determining eligibility. And so it's good to have that. And we talked also about, through some of this work that I've done, about our preparatory courses. If we're a general ed teacher, we may not have as many courses in special ed, or we may not have the opportunity to talk about eligibility for disability categories. And so one of the reasons we've included and kind of shifted up the way we do ARC chairperson and including those is to make sure we give that extra support for ARC chairpersons, and then give you those resources that you can quickly reference back and have access to them so you can understand and have more knowledge. I mean, that helps us all. We can help better support teachers and parents and students the more that we know, and we can help as facilitators for that.
All right. Thank you, Dion. I think that's the fastest she's ever completed an activity. She's getting better. So, where do we go from here? Why would we have you do this activity? Just think for about a second or two. How's this relevant to being an ARC chairperson? I mean, it's obvious, right? It's obvious. And so, let me tell you a little quick anecdote. One of your roles and one of your responsibilities as an ARC chairperson is that you can identify and supervise and even provide specially designed instruction, which is different from core instruction. It's separate. It's what special needs students get, okay? It's what students with disabilities get. So, when we're thinking about providing specially designed instruction, it's so important to understand what it is and what it looks like. And one of the key things is it's that teaching, that adapting, that changing the methods, changing the delivery of instruction, and it's keyed right in on a goal. And that we are taking data on it, and that it's going to be transferable, that we can generalize that skill, that it's skill driven. And so when you think about that, you want to know the language that goes around what goes into your ARC meetings, and to be able to do that, one of the key things we say when we look at IEPs, we can tell by looking at present level, is there a baseline? Is there a goal that follows from that baseline? And does the specially designed instruction match? Okay, so in order to do that, you have to understand the language. And one of the things that we talk lots about in our determining what are the key specially designed instruction pieces. Repetition's one. Another one is understanding language. So one embedded vocabulary instruction is so key for special needs students. It's right up there in the very top. If you're looking at what works for students with disabilities, we've got to do more treatment of the language. So we thought, yay, let's have them do this little activity as a way of understanding the language a little bit. And the anecdote I referred to was one time, if you've had my training before, you may have heard this, but one time my daughter come home at Thanksgiving, and she's one of these type A personalities. Everything's got to be done just like that, right? I'm not that. So she asked me to help her with this presentation. She said, Dad, you do presentations all the time. Do you care to help me with this presentation? It was on the invasion of the Iberian Peninsula with jellyfish. Okay? Get me biology, not me, right? Okay, so I said it was Wednesday. I was worn out. I just got finished. You know how you kind of shutting down on Wednesday evening? You're getting ready to think about eating a lot of food, and cooking on Thursday. And I said, hey, if you'll wait till Friday, we'll spend all day, as long as it takes. And we did. We spent all day Friday because she had about 1,000 words in that presentation that I didn't understand. And so I had to do my vocabulary instruction with myself before I could talk to her intelligently about it. So think about your students with disabilities. They really need us to give them specially designed instruction in vocabulary,
because they don't have that language. And our parents don't understand some of this jargon we use in meetings. So as an ARC chairperson, you should be thinking about that when you're talking education speak. I teach a class up at Alice Lloyd in the spring, Introduction to Special Ed. We got some good teachers coming out of there, some general ed teachers. And I get a chance to tell them all things I want them to know about being a good ARC participant. And one of the things that we do is we keep a running log all semester of all the acronyms. And I quiz them on it every week. And they're like, oh God, here he comes with this language stuff. But before you know it, you know what ARC means. You know what ILP means. You know what all these different terms. And we just went through a bunch. You can give an acronym to every one of those 14, can you not? SLI, MD, MMD, EBD. So when you are supervising special design instruction, look at that IEP and say, hey, are you sure this special design instruction is matching up? Does it meet the goal? Is it? Because I'm telling you, Brenda can tell you, we review files all the time where the specially designed instruction does not match the goal or the data that's in the present level. Okay? Doesn't match the needs of the student. Okay? So, and it's for your brand new special ed teachers, it's a big intellectual jump. They don't understand data. They don't understand what a disability is even. So you have to kind of lead them and guide them. And it falls back to one of the recurring themes is responsibility. Whose responsibility is it? Now we can always say, it's not my job, not my job. But as an ARC chairperson, it's real. Okay? And so that's, I just wanted to say that really quickly there as we move through. And I think we're going to talk to you a little bit about these eligibility types. Eligibility is on page 18 of your KARs. And there are things that an ARC chairperson needs to make sure. Understand the disability. If your child has Noonan syndrome, and you're getting ready to meet on them, read that conference summary, read that eligibility report, read that evaluation, that psychological report that Joseph's doing for you in Morgan. And then if it's something out there on the fringe and it's outside the box of what our knowledge base is, Google that daggone thing. And know when you go in there, be the professional in the room. That's what we're talking about being a good ARC chairperson. Now, these high incidence disabilities on this column on the left, specific learning disabilities, speech language, other health impairment, autism, intellectual disability, which includes MMD, FMD, and your emotional disturbance, those are the ones that we see the most of. These are the less prevalent ones over here, okay? You can see what we're talking about. Multiple disabilities leads the pack here, orthopedic impairment, things like that. So these are the ones that are CCDIS category, okay? These are the ones that if you over-identify because we haven't done a good job of providing differentiated instruction, universal design for learning, and your categories of MTSS, your tiers, if we're not doing a very good job there, we're not doing a good job of core instruction, we may over-identify if we don't have some processes in place whereby we identify those students that have the most intricate needs. Now, I know districts across this region right now that are over-identifying MMD students. You say, well, that's kind of cut and dry. Right? That's kind of cut and dry. It's a 70 IQ, it's a 70 adaptive, or lower, right? But they're still dinging you over it, okay? And so we got to be really looking at our core instruction for our younger kids. That's one of the things that Dion and I, and Brenda and I have identified as, if a student, don't let your staff get into this whole deal where if a kid's DD, they're not my kid. They're somebody else's kid. You see what I'm saying? And let's not have a self-fulfilling prophecy when a kid becomes DD is to give a kid a chance to catch up a little bit, And we call it a disability in Kentucky, but a lot of places don't even have that category. And so what we've been seeing, even with some of the trends that Dion's talking about in her research, is that when a kid goes DD sometimes, the teachers like in kindergarten or first grade are saying, okay, that's a special ed teacher's responsibility. And we still got that responsibility of core instruction because IEP is layered on top of core instruction. They still get core instruction. They still get differentiation, UDL, tiered instruction, tiered intervention. And then if they qualify, then we're doing what we need to be doing. You see what I'm saying? So we kind of had it backwards. And it was born out of tradition, okay? If you want to go back to 1990, I can go back with you, okay, to 1988, right? I'm old. But what I'm saying to you is, in the old days, we said, okay, if we get that kid in special ed, we can get him some accommodations and our scores are going to go up. That's an elephant in the room with administrators, is it not? So, but we're living in a different time now. You can't do that. The federal government figured it out. And they said, we're going to pull back money if you're doing these things illegally. And you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And as chair people, and as chairpersons, we are responsible for our LEA. And we're also responsible to that director of special ed who has a hard job, just like you do. These administrative jobs are hard, man. And we know that. We're with you on that. And so we'll say, if you have a tough eligibility, and we don't have a lot of time to go into the intricacies of SLD here in just a second. We'll talk about it a little bit. But if you have a question about that, don't fail to holler at us, okay? We can help you. But, and again, when we're looking at those eligibility pieces, we can't predetermine those things, okay? We got to do that and write it up in such a way that no predetermination of eligibility category, okay? So make sure, especially at that elementary level where we're doing tons of referrals and tons of new initial evaluations and things of that nature, that we are really, really vigilant in our understanding and that we're getting it right, okay? We can't afford, our kids can't afford for us not to get it right, okay? Big pet peeve with me is just throw everybody in there, just because, right? Or to have a DD student that we just say, okay, now I don't have to deal with him. He, thank God he was tearing the classroom down, and that's the wrong approach, right? And we don't want to see us create more disabilities by using that DD pathway, okay? So that was one of the things that we wanted to say about eligibility. Now, Brenda, you want to talk to them a little bit about the SLD guidance document? And she has a tremendous handle on SLD, and she knows this stuff inside out and upside down. Let me get the slide. So what you see here is some screenshots, and Brenda's going to talk to you about, there's a whole guidance document on how to identify SLD eligibility.
You should have it.
Yes.
Okay, we have a district or two that does have over-education in SLD. And the reason for that is that, there's two methods that we can use. One is that discrepancy model, which is the best. And the other one is to use your RTI model. If we follow the RTI model the way that we should, it might be okay. But as Denny Paul told us, we have some that want to put these kids in special ed, so they use that. But what they don't do is they don't go through the whole entire piece. So we've had a lot of SLDs in one of our counties to decrease dramatically. They were everyone tested, so they did not test this as SLD. So we don't want to do the child an injustice. If we put a child in there as SLD and they don't catch him for a while, guess what they're going to be? They're going to be SLD. So we don't want to do that. And that's another thing that we had this gripe about, as he talked about with developmental delay. I truthfully don't think Kentucky should have that as a disability category. Because it's really an intervention. That's all that is. It's intervention, trying to get those kids caught up. And we have had people to stay right to our face Those are special ed kids. We don't have to deal with them. Well, guess what? The regular education students receiving specially designed instruction. It's just like a regular education child receiving speech. They're receiving a service. It's not that they're special ed. So, you know, sometimes you just get tired of hearing all that type of stuff. But it's going to come to a head, and I believe it has, especially coming into our district. But this document, it is a very well-written document. And if you'll notice with that, it's got, on page 2, you have all those table of contents. And if you look at that, it's like, oh my, look at all of that stuff. Well, believe it or not, all of that stuff is important. So we just can't leave out a certain part of it and move on. We have to make sure that we're looking at that eligibility guidelines, and make sure that they are eligible for specific learning disability. Now, sometimes we find that they qualify at first, and maybe it's for reading comprehension. And then a little while later, we notice they got reading comprehension and math calculations, all this kind of stuff. But guess what? We never did have a test for that. They only qualified for one thing, and now we've got 3 things. So we have to make sure that we don't add on. We only use what the child has a deficit in. Because we can make them SLD, or maybe even a different other category. So we don't want to do that. When we're looking at things, if you'll notice, it's got exclusionary factors, and that's on page 7 of that document. It's like at the bottom. So there's certain things or certain disabilities that we have to rule out. Okay, and they're right there for us. And it's visually disability, hearing disability, motor disability, intellectual disability, which includes your FMD and your MMD. Cultural factors. How many of us have problems in our school district with culture? There's many of us that do. So we have to look at that as well. Then you have environmental and economic disadvantage. How many of us have that? Many of us. And we don't have a lot of limited English proficiency as of right now. We did in the past have several, but it seems like it's decreasing for some reason, and I don't understand why, but it is decreasing. But you have to look at those, all of those disabilities there, all those learning deficits, and we have to rule out all those pieces. Number 1 is when we do suspect a child to have SLD when we're referring, they must have a motor screening. They have to have a motor screening. Nothing fancy, it's just a 1-sheet, check off the box to see if they have any type of motor disability. So that's one thing that I've noticed that sometimes we are lacking when we're doing our record reviews. They are SLD, and you cannot find that piece in there about the motor. So make sure that you do have a motor screening if you suspect SLD. And when you suspect, we don't want to put one suspect disability, because you have to go all the way back around the table again. If they're MMD and you suspected SLD, guess what? Then you're going to have to go back and give some more assessments. So I would just go ahead and put 2 or 3 down there and make sure, do all the assessments you have to have, and then the psychologist can do their thing, and then you can figure out from there what eligibility category the child should be in.
So Brenda, like to use the Vinewood gross and fine motor rating scale with that, suffice for that?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And if you all don't have a motor screener, just let us know. We have one. I have one on my computer. Diddy Paul probably has one as well, and we'll just send it to you. It's just a 1-sheeter, and it's pretty simple. So on page 9, where it talks about the SLD eligibility determination form and that written report, you know what I always like to do is make me a copy. And then I give you a highlighter. And then during the meeting, we're in there and we're going through there and making sure we get all our pieces, pull that stuff out, discuss it. That's a lot of our problems. We don't do that. We get a report, the special education teacher gets it, and they are really the ones that are determining what the eligibility is. Well, guess what? That has to stop. Or if you get caught, it's going to be on your hands because you are the ARC chairperson. So just make sure that that don't happen. And remember, it's an ARC decision. It's not one person decision. Now, we have to make sure that we rule out if the child has any kind of medical conditions, if they have any kind of findings there, because sometimes it could be a different disability, like she was talking about a child had part of the brain removed and all that type of stuff, and it was VI and this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of things that we have to look at when we're looking at the child. Again, we're looking at the whole child, not just part of the child, the whole child. We have to look at the strategies that we use as well. When we're doing a referral, sometimes it has nothing out there. I'm just gonna be honest.
I love that.
There's nothing, but you have to have those strategies listed. They have to be evidence-based. We have to have a time frame. When did you do that strategy? And then what was the outcome? Did it help them? Did it not help them? We need to know that. We're finding one big thing, one strategy, 6 weeks, that didn't help. Well, guess what? You know what I want to write on there? Well, you might want to start over and try to do another strategy. That's what you're thinking in your head. So, if it's not working, you stop that one and start something else. That's just how it is. So we just need to watch those types of things as well. It does tell us on page 11, it talks about your discrepancy model. KDE does have on their website now the discrepancy model with many different assessments. Before we didn't have what we needed and it was a mess, but now they have it listed. It's on there. I looked a couple weeks ago when it was there. So the discrepancy method, if you don't have that, print it off and keep it with you, put it in a folder. And that way you'll see the discrepancy method. Now, Diddy Paul did talk about earlier about the parent referring. The parent can refer, that's the truth. However, do we have to accept that? Well, if you go through your assessments and you're going through all this process while you're going to do the assessment for the child, you may find that the child does not have adverse effect. And then you can say no, that in your findings. Of course, you're not going to go in there and say, no, that child, you have to show the findings, you have to give them the evidence. You just can't say, no, they don't qualify. So we don't want to do all that, but they can refer. Anybody can refer, like I said. Then on page 13, it has that method to RPI. All right, I'm not going to read all that to you. I think most of you all know, and Dion talked about that quite a bit, of how to use that MTSS and all that stuff. So I think that we can skip that, but it's there in case you want to go back and read that. She talked about that pretty good.
Let me tell you how to do.
I've got that hot link in there. Like I said, we'll send you all this, so you'll have it. But you can see that this document right here follows right along with what you just went over. Okay? So you've chosen either the A method, severe discrepancy, or you've chosen B method, response to intervention. You've indicated which areas they're deficient in, and there's a discrepancy in. And then when you get to that second page, well, it's like actually the third page, there's quite a bit of more questions to answer, and that guidance document helps you answer these questions. Okay? So we really felt like it was important that you see that, because this is one of those harder eligibility decisions that ARCs have to come to, because there's lots of variables. And so you're looking at behaviors that were noted, and then you still have
the strategies and the information to the parent. But then you get this big supporting documentation, and that's where your group 6, that's where your triangulation of data goes. Okay? That's where it goes. So you should have a breakdown of what the scores are, what the achievement scores are, and what the behavioral observations are. And so that you're supporting it, and you're acting much like an attorney. You're building a case for that child to receive eligibility and receive FAPE. Okay? All right. So now we're coming to the stretch run, and we'll be out of here in about an hour and 7 minutes. Let me get back to where I think we need to be. So we've talked about FAPE already. We've talked about the appropriateness of an IEP. And we've talked about the contents of the IEP. When you look, let me just talk you through that for just a second. When you look at the present, when you're reviewing an IEP, and you know what you're looking for, you should see numbers in the present level. If you don't have percentages in those present levels, you've got a problem, okay? And if you can identify where the child is actually functioning right now, presently, that's the question you have to ask yourself. And can I show the difference between where they're operating and where they should be operating? And what we're going to do with special design instruction and the goal to get them closer to where they should be. There should be a correlation there every time. And that's what makes the A appropriate. The substance of the IEP needs to meet with the needs of the student, and it needs to make sure that there's data there so that you can quantify it, and you can do what? You can progress monitor it. You can show even small gains with your data if you're taking enough data. And one of the things that teachers like to do sometimes, like slipping the wool over your eyes, so to speak, is they like to say, well, how often we got to take data? And you know rules of data, you know the rules of data. The more data you take, most of the time, the stronger the trend is going to be, right? And the stronger the information is and the analysis that you're going to be able to do. But now, sometimes you don't need to take data every day. Like for reading improvement, you know, you're probably looking at once a week. But for behavior, a little more intense, right? So just be in tune with that as far as where we are going with that and how we're making sure that we... Now, when we talk about accommodations in the IEP, one of the things that I want to make ARC chairpersons aware of as your responsibility is to document the need for that, okay? And if your teachers aren't putting the accommodations and they're not building that into their lesson plan, one of the responsibilities of ARC chairpersons is to look at those lesson plans and say, hey, these are the accommodations and we're providing these accommodations and it's in the daily lesson plan. Because there could come a time when the Office of Education and Accountability sends somebody to your school to say, let me see your evidence for why this child's getting a reader. And you're gonna say, okay, I've got to go to my special ed teacher, but do I have it in the lesson plan? Okay? So it's what you're getting consistently, it's what you qualify to get, it's what you need, it's not based on disability category, right? It's not based on, well, all MMD kids get everything. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about individualized decisions around accommodations. And so just be careful with that and make sure that you understand that if a child needs that accommodation and you've got support for it and you've got it included in the lesson plan, then you've checked all the boxes. Okay? And I see some perplexed looks and I'm like, okay, I didn't know that was my responsibility. It's okay. It's okay. As long, and again, if it doesn't ever, if it's not a problem, it's never a problem, right? But to do things right for kids, we need to make sure that we're not disabling them by providing them something they don't need. Further disabling them by providing them with a reader if they don't need the reader. You see what I'm saying? So that's very, very important piece when it comes to accommodation. Now, do we want to level the playing field? And yes, kids have 504 protection. If they're disabled, they have the right to have accommodations. We're not saying take a bunch of accommodations away. We're saying make sure you can verify the need for it and make sure you document, or you have your teachers document in their lesson plan that there's something going on there with them, okay? This is how, they need extended time. This is where we get, okay, we've got 3 IEPs in there, and we've seen best practice is to have your special ed teacher have a little schedule with the needed accommodations for each period, and to know what the special design instruction is and what's the goal that we're working on that period. Because they're running all over the building all the time, right? And so if you can put those pieces in place, it can really help in terms of keeping up with, are we providing things? Do they get this accommodation, and do they have a need for this accommodation? See what I'm saying? So those are a little bit extra outside the box kind of thinking, but it's one that can really bode you well if you ever get into a match of litigation. Okay? So, any questions about that? All right. While we're talking about that, assistive technology, if you can provide technology in place of a human, you should be doing that. And that, just like you consider regular ed as their LRE first, you should consider assistive technology. And if there's a piece of assistive technology that they need, you're supposed to get it. That's what the regulation says. Okay? So be clear about that. Be clear about assistive technology. If we've got kids in high school reading on the second grade level, we need to be introducing them to technology. Okay? Now, do we stop teaching them how to read? No. But we should consider assistive technology first. Is that right, Brendan? That's right. Okay. All right, so every now and then I like to have an amen. All right, so extended school year services. Just look real close, real carefully with me. ESY is not based on disability. Okay? Extended school year should be driven by what? What's that word we've been talking about all day? Show me the data, right? Show me the data. So when you say we considered ESY and they didn't show any regression, they can catch up in 6 weeks. That's the rule. You know, you have to be taking data to prove that. Okay? So when I review files in this region, if I don't have any progress data that I can get my hands on in that file, that's a no when I look at that rubric that I told you about, the record review document. I'm saying, no progress data, no possible way you can tell me whether or not a kid needs ESY. Okay? Very, very straightforward, important stuff. So, kid goes away for a break. They come back after a 2-week break or after a 2-month break. You should be taking data on their goals. And if they can't recoup what they've lost in 6 weeks, they're a candidate for ESY. If they can, they're not a candidate. And it doesn't have to do with disability. Okay? It doesn't have to do with any category of disability. Now, you say, well, in practical terms, lots of times our students that have those low incidence disabilities, those more severe kids, don't have regression recoupment abilities. Okay? And they're the ones that need it. So you can see how that kind of gets down that rabbit hole, and sometimes we just think, okay, all FMD kids need ESY. You see what I'm saying? That's not always the case. So you need to be taking progress data to verify that piece on the IEP. Any questions about that? I'm going to hit you hard with a lot of information here. It's going to be like drinking water from a fire hose here, okay? It's like you're in PA school, all right? So just, my daughter's in PA school right now. She's driving everybody crazy, so. My wife's starting to diagnose me with things. Sorry. Not that that's a whole lot different. So let's talk about transition services. We know that at age 14, in an ARC meeting, we should have that kid invited, and the purpose should be transition, should be marked on the ARC notice. And then when we talk about that in our conference summary, we should say the ILP aligns to the multi-year course of study for the student. And we should have an interview, and we should have an ILP started for that kid, and we should document that information. What do they want to do? What does it look like they're going to be good? What are they passionate about? What are they interested in? Those are the types of information. And then that they're starting to take courses, and we're planning that multi-year course of study that starts at grade 8 and goes through the year of exit. Okay? And as you matriculate, when you get to grade 9, you don't have to put 8th grade on there again. When you get to grade 11, you don't have to put 10, 9, 8 again. Just 11 up to exit, right? So, very, very important that we align the ILP and the information we get from interviews with students up with what courses they're taking. That is the big focus for age 14, grade 8 kid, right? Then we start to look at service needs. What are their service needs? What are we doing for them? And when they get 16, we got a ton of stuff to do. So you need to be able to, and I'm not going to go into it in detail, but you need to be able to make sure, is it important, Brittany? It's very important. It's very important that we understand what goes in those IEPs. Kelly, it's important, because we have to report on it every year. At June 30, we have to say we're 100% compliant on these particular issues. So we invite them, we do assessments, we've got data in our present levels. If you get, and you're a high school principal, and you get a IEP in front of you, one of the first things you need to check is the present level to see that they've got data in there. Do they have data? And does that data drive the services that we're providing? We give assessments, we give services, and then we look to see if that measurable post-secondary goal is appropriate. And what we're doing for that kid has reasonably enabled them to make progress toward attainment of that goal. There's no goal police. Nobody's checking to see if those kids become a vet tech, for example. But they are checking to see what did you do in instruction and supplementary aids and services, and what did you do in employment services, and what did you do in education and training to reasonably enable them to inch ahead. So you got to assess them every year, and you got to put that data in that present level, and you got to talk about that stuff. Super, super important, because indicator 13 is a federal indicator, and we have to report on it every year as a district. Okay? Support your directors of special ed by keeping a close watch on that piece. Okay? When they're 16 years old, those pieces have to be in place. We say invite them at age 13, and invite them every time thereafter to the meetings. Okay? Make every meeting, unless you're getting consent for a 3-year reevaluation, and that's all you're doing in the meeting. If you're doing every other meeting, make sure you mark as a purpose that it is transition as a purpose 13 and above. Okay? And that will take care of a lot of problems. Now, the way the record review is set up, some of those things you can fix, some you can't. Here's the 2 things to know that you can't fix. 2 things to know you can't fix in transition. If you invite an outside agency without permission, okay, you do that before you send the notice, always. At least 1 day before you generate the notice is how we teach it in this region. So in your mind's eye, talk like preacher again. In your mind's eye, visualize up in the corner, there's a date of generation of the ARC notice. Get your permission from your parent. Each ARC meeting that you're going to invite an outside agency, 1 day ahead of that. And that'll take care of your consent issue. That can't be fixed. The other thing that can't be fixed, dead IEP. Okay? Make sure you're keeping a close watch on your timelines. Okay? IEPs need to be done annually. That's what the law says. Oh, well, we're going on Christmas break. We'll just wait. No. Can't do that, because you cannot fix it. Okay? All right. So, any questions about anything else? When you go to annually update, you need to talk about transition. And you need to have a big old long blurb about all the things that you've done to reasonably enable that child to make progress toward that post-secondary goal. So, if I had to say, what's the focus of IEP during the elementary years? Close gaps, instruction, close gaps, instruction, close gaps, instruction. What's the focus at the high school level? Transition. okay? The focus changes. But you're still doing you're still doing instruction to support transition, okay? All right. Threw up a little transition example. When you look on the IEP, one of the things you want to make sure is there is up here at the top, multi-year course of study is non-negotiable. It has to be there, okay? And all of these things that you're doing should have outcomes. And you should be able to take data from them. Did they do it, and what was the outcome? And all these things should be driving, attaining that post-secondary goal. Okay? And that's why you have to annually review and look at it. All right? Parent participation in meetings. We need to do whatever we can do to get parents to participate. And we need to ask them one key question. Do you remember from this morning what I said that was? Anybody want to share that? Say it loud. Huh?
What are your concerns about the development of the IEP?
That's exactly right. You got A+. Okay, good. Did you hear that? What's your concerns in the development of the IEP? Tell me what you think your kid needs to be working on and document it. Now you got parent participation, okay? And when you hook them into helping you and they think they're helping you, typically they won't argue about that. I said typically, okay? Not always. All right? Some of them you just can't please, right? I'm with you on that. Okay, I've been there and done that. Okay. It's also important that if you're not getting anything back from the parent, that you keep a good record of your contacts. So in Infinite Campus, there's contact log, right? Okay. Directors, perk your ears up here around independent education evaluation. If a parent disagrees with the findings in the first evaluation, the district has to pay for a second one, okay? And there's plenty of reading on that. And if you get into that situation, you want to know, if you get to choose where to send them, but you have to pay for it, okay? That's basically what an independent education evaluation is and means. We've talked about that already, prior written notice. We've already done this activity, so we move on. Like I jump around, like it's all there, but we're getting there. We've talked about prior written notice, and we've talked about procedural safeguards at length. Now, let's talk about this topic right here for just a second. Parental consent. Before any evaluation, you need to have parental consent, right? Now, like I said, we were talking earlier about the reevaluation, how it changed. Sometimes it says if you can't find them or they don't respond to you, you can go ahead and have the reevaluation. But your local policies haven't changed yet, okay? So that's coming up. And then you'll have to have that reading in front of the board and all that kind of stuff. Your directors will know about that. But right now, still get that consent, okay? Still get that consent. And then just know that when you get consent on an initial, for you elementary principals, that timeline starts, okay? And this is indicator 11. And my directors are real vigilant about this, right? Because you got to report on indicator 11 just like you do 13, because it's a federal indicator, 60 school days. And a school day is defined in the KARs not. It defines a day. And anything that is not deemed a day is a calendar day unless you say it's a school day. So right here, we're talking about school days. All right? We're talking about 60 school days. So you throw out all that. Now, if you go to is it an NTI day? Is that we still calling it that? I can't keep up.
Yeah.
When you go to that counts, okay? But if it's non-traditional instructional day, that counts as a school day. So your directors typically have processes in place whereby they're counting, so you don't have to worry about that much. But I wanted you to be aware of it, okay? 60 school days from the time you get consent from that parent to get the IEP in place if they're eligible and start implementing, okay? So be making your teachers aware of that and help your directors. Ed rec form. This is a big one right here. Should be doing this at time of referral. And, you know, we live in a difficult time, right? Do we not? We have every kind of possible family definition that you can think of, right? And I'm not being political or even commentary on the times. I'm just telling you that's the fact, okay? So you have, as an ARC, you have to determine who has the right to make education decisions. And that's what this form is about, okay? So as you see, fill this form out at the time of referral. If there's a custody change in every 3 years. So your guidance counselors need to be working with you. If those kids' demographics change, right? Or if the principal knows and the guidance counselor doesn't know, the principal needs to let the guidance counselor, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. If something changes in that kid's life, we need to be knowing about it. And if there's special needs, we need to perk our ears up and say, hey, who's got the right to give consent? We don't want to test a kid without consent, right? Or we don't want to give services without consent. So it's very, very important that at the time of referral we determine. And lots of times it's kind of straightforward because it tells you when you need a surrogate parent or when the other issues, you know, if it's biological parents or if it's grandparents keep, who can give rights away and that kind of thing. So we need to make sure we're on top of that. And if you have questions about that, call Brenda. She's answering the question right now. She is on her phone and with email and on the talking to people all the time. I mean, she does an amazing job. And so I say that in jest, but we're open 24/7. Send us a message. We'll try to get back with you in 24 hours. Okay, I promise. That's my pledge for you. Okay. And that's not to say we're doing anything great, but we'll try to find an answer for you. Okay. But you need to make sure you know who has the legal right to represent that kid in an ARC meeting. Okay. Everybody checking there? Right. I know we're throwing a lot of things at you here at the end of the day. A lot of this stuff we've already talked about, some of it we haven't. Okay, so right here, foster children do not reside with the parent. We make reasonable efforts to obtain consent. Lots of times, if the parents' rights have not been terminated, they still have the right to be invited to the meeting. So you have to be careful with that. Now, if you can show that you can't find them and you've got that documented, then that relieves you of that responsibility in most cases. Okay? So very, very important that we understand who can do what for our kids, right? If we can't, it says, despite reasonable efforts, if the child is a foster child and does not reside with the child's parents, the LEA shall make reasonable efforts to obtain the informed consent of the parent for an initial evaluation. That's when it's really important, okay? And it's also really important when we start services for the first time. Now, you got two forms, right? You got to sign permission to evaluate and then permission to start SDI. Both of those are very important that the right person signs that form, okay? So, then it goes on to say that if you cannot discover the whereabouts of the parent, the rights of the parents have been terminated in accordance with state law, or the rights of the parent to make educational decisions have been subrogated by a court, and you've got that piece of documentation that tells you that, and the consent for the initial evaluation has been given by someone appointed by the judge to represent the child. The biological or adoptive parent, when attempting to act as the parent, or when the party meets the definition of parent under the law there, shall be presumed to be the parent for the purposes of, unless we can find that biological parent. Okay? So, very, very, and if you have, like I said, sometimes that stuff gets confusing, and if you have questions about it, please don't fail to reach out to us here at KVEC. I've got down there in blue, look for the court order. When you can't establish who the person is there some court documents? Okay, so when can we have a surrogate? When no individual has been determined to be the parent. The court says do a surrogate.
Now, your district's supposed to keep a couple of surrogates trained. Just know that you cannot be an employee of the school system and a surrogate. Okay? So it can't be any conflict of interest. And they have to have training. There's like a little 2-hour video, go through the training, they're trained. And you keep at least 2 of those available at all times as a district. So if you can't, when no individual has been determined to be the parent, then we gotta get a surrogate involved, okay? Surrogate training is a must. Do not allow conflict of interest, is what I'm saying out there, all right? Is that a storm? They're cool down in here now. Okay, divorced parents. All right. So, who can make special education decisions? Homeless. If the child is homeless, we have to determine who that is that is representing. That's when the surrogate temporarily is placed. Okay. And the LEA appoints within 30 days, and then the age of majority. But when a student has divorced parents, we have to determine who can make the educational decisions. Now, we see lots of times nowadays joint custody. You guys with me on that? So I'm going to tell you a quick story about an ARC meeting I had way back. I promise it's a quick story. I was really inexperienced. I was a first-year director. Okay? Your first-year director listening. Literally had joint custody, had a Republican and a Democrat. Okay? One wanted services, the other one didn't. It was one of those iffy eligibility decisions, if you will. And we went through it, and we went through it, and we went through it, and I just try to make everybody happy. That's my nature. Oh, you sure you don't want to let your child receive services? And then I'm going up here and I'm saying, you sure it's not okay that he doesn't want them, so it's 5 or 6 hours of this, okay? Ignorant, right here. Right here, just go ahead and stamp it across here. Didn't know what to do other than call Brenda, and Brenda's like, you gotta get data. You gotta stop the meeting. But I went for a long time. It was an after-school meeting too. We rolled out of there about 8:30 that night. Or maybe 9, okay? And what I'm saying to you is, if they don't both agree, and they both have educational decision-making power, and they've got joint custody, you got a stalemate on your hands in most cases, right? That's the takeaway, all right? I screwed it up as bad as anybody can screw it up, okay? I'll be the first one to admit it. But I knew who to call, right? So she got me out of it, finally, after 4.5 hours. But don't let that happen. It's your meeting. Here's the other takeaway. It's your meeting. And you can always say, we need more data. We're going to pause. Now, we'll reconvene. But here's what I'm going to say to you. Don't let it linger, because it can get ugly on you, okay? So if you ask for more data and you pause the meeting because you're at a disagreement, you can't come to a decision, or you've got things going on like that, just pause it and say, we're going to do some more evaluation, we're going to get some more information, and then we're going to make a good decision for the student. So, any questions about that? Custody is a big thing, all right? Custody is a big thing. Each parent remains a decision maker after divorce unless the divorce decree takes that right away. So right here, be members of the child's, both parents have the right to be members of the child's team, to receive notice, to exercise their due process rights. They get procedural protection under the procedural safeguards, and they receive progress reports, and they have the chance to agree or disagree with the plans. Okay? And if they say they don't want it, one don't want it, one does, they don't get it. Okay? See my little note, tell your story. That was the story. So, let's look at discipline here in the last little bit. Let's save the best for last, all right?
Save the best for last. This is the difficult piece, okay? The ARC may consider any circumstances on a case-by-case basis when determining whether to order a change in placement for a child with a disability. Now, how many of you know what constitutes a change of placement? At what day of removal do we have to have a change of placement meeting? It's on the 11th day of removal, okay? And there's things you have to do when you remove them, okay? You can remove them, but when you hit that 11th day, it's a change of placement. And the law says you have to do a manifestation determination, right? And so that it's very intricate, very detailed. So over here, we do it on a case-by-case basis for ordering a change in placement. 10 consecutive days of removal constitutes a change of placement. Now, when we remove a kid for longer than 11 days, you know what? We have to do FAPE. So we have to provide the services once they hit that 11th day. Like the other thing says, if there is a pattern of removals, additional removal days are possible. If you provide, if you're doing a removal and there's a series of a pattern, then we've got to look at the manifestation, right? So the thing to keep in mind is, if you go to a manifestation and the student's disability has caused the behavior, they have to stay. Okay? Is that right, Brenda?
Yes.
Now,
If you fail to follow a behavior intervention plan for EBD students, then child goes right back.
if you make a procedural error, that's what Brenda's talking about. If you make a procedural error, and we can say that we've made a procedural error in providing FAPE. So what I'm going to say to you, the takeaway here is, make sure that your teachers are taking behavioral data, okay? So that because I know lots of you are faced with discipline issues right now, right? So it's very, very important. I can't emphasize this enough, that your teachers are taking data and they're providing the nuts and bolts of the behavior intervention plan. That they're doing that with fidelity. And that when you come to that meeting, you say, okay, if I violated this thing, then stay put, right? We got to put them right back. Now, if you do a manifestation determination and we deem the disability is not causing the behavior to occur, then we can apply the student code of conduct, right? So, who has an example? Anyone want to share an example? Carla, can you think of an example of when?
Speech
Student?
student. I think it's speech only.
Speech only student? That's a great one. I like this one too, the OHI smoker, right? I mean, it happens. It happens, the vaping stuff, yeah. Very relevant today, right? Code of conduct. Apply it. But now, when you get into the manifestation determination deeply, and you're like, oh, wow. Did this cognitive situation, did the kid understand, were they able to understand the consequences of their actions? And you get down that rabbit hole, call us, okay? We'll try to help you. We got behavior specialist here. We got Brenda here, many, many years of experience. I've been through a few things. We can help you with those. But there is a very cut and dry process of manifestation determination, okay? So school personnel may remove a student with a disability from the student's current place for additional periods of time of not more than 10 consecutive school days in the same school year for separate incidents of misconduct, as long as those removals don't constitute a change of placement because of disciplinary removals, okay? So you do have a possibility of that, but it's very, very rare when you have that. It's hard to discern the difference sometimes. So just think, 10 days. Now, let me tell you a quick story. A couple of years ago, I had a district that had removed kids for 27 days and 14 days without manifestation. Big no-no. Guess what happened? They got cited. Guess what happened? They got a cap. Guess what happened? They had to listen to me endlessly. That's painful, isn't it? Yeah, so they had, like, one little lady over there said, you're going to have to start paying taxes if you stay here any longer. You know, that kind of, so, very, very, very important. Yeah, you can't. You can't suspend them for more than 10 days without a review.
We were talking about where it says consecutive, like, we were like, oh wait, does that change the game?
Well, the policy and procedure, remember, you can add things to. So your local policy is different from your KAR just a little bit sometimes when that comes to that. So you gotta be, what did you say, Linda? What was the definitive? It's 10 days. You gotta look at that 10 days. You gotta look at that 10 days. If you've removed them for 10 days, you gotta provide faith. Okay?
I hate to say that we had some
Leanne?
that actually suspended for 5 days the first time. There is no reason for that.
Right.
And then the next time they got 5 more days, so there's 10 days, so the school district's gonna be held accountable for faith.
What was you gonna say, Leanne?
It's also important to look at, if you have a student removed in your district, and to look at behavioral influences, like if they've been suspended from a previous school district in that same school year, that also can count towards some of that too.
Yes. So be aware if you get a transfer student. We get a lot of those, and lots of times they are behavior issues that come with them, right? And once you accept them, you got to own it for a year, right? And so, very good point there that we need to be real vigilant about what we're doing with that. So let's go on here just a second. And if you think of questions, we'll try to answer any that you can send us by email. So we've kind of gone through this quickly. So let's recap here. If it's not a manifestation of the disability, you follow the code of conduct. When removed beyond 10 days, continue faith. Okay? If you provide services for non-disabled similarly removed, you must do the same for students with disabilities. Convene within 10 days to determine the appropriate programming. Once you decide to suspend for the 11th day, you got to meet within 10 days. Okay? If you're doing that, and I didn't say this earlier about ARC notices. The ARC notice is 7 days, right? 7 calendar days. It's not 7 school days. 7 calendar days. But with a code of conduct violation, if there's imminent cause, you can send a 24-hour notice, right? And this is one of those cases where we're talking about. You can send that. 24-hour notice. That was added to the law a couple of years ago. Teresa finally got it added in for us. And so that gives you some flexibility that you don't have to wait 7 days to meet on that hot topic. Your superintendent might be breathing down your throat, so we've got to do something with this kid, you know what I'm saying? So the 24-hour notice is in place now in your policies and procedures even. So code of conduct violation, you think you're going to make a change, a placement, there's a possible review manifestation. You've got 10 days, but you can do a 24-hour notice and meet in 1 day to decide what you're going to do, appropriate programming. If you get in a situation where a kid does a serious offense, okay, there's a 45-day automatic removal without a manifestation determination. If guns are involved, or weapons, if drugs are involved, being on the person, or if serious bodily injury has been given to a person, either another student or staff member by this kid, then they can be removed 45 days without any manifestation or review. if you go to that interim alternative educational setting, the IES, make sure that you invite the proper folks, the special ed teacher from the alternative school and that type of thing, so that everybody's on the same page, okay? Another thing I forgot to tell you a minute ago was that let's say you go and you sit down and you look at the data. You look at the behavior data, you have things going on in the behavior intervention plan. You want to make a change to the behavior intervention plan, right? Because when you do a manifestation, you've got to do a functional behavioral assessment if it's a manifestation of the disability, right? And you may have a behavior intervention plan in place, but when you go to make that, change that behavior intervention plan, you can say, we've got data to support a more restrictive environment is going to improve the behavior. And if you can say that and you can get your parent to agree, then the manifestation rule is out, right? So you don't have to return them to their placement if the parent agrees. And that's Teresa Combs, right? It gets a little deep, like I said. It gets a little deep. So if you go through with this and you look at the behavior intervention plan and you say you've got data to support that a more restrictive environment is going to be better for that kid, and you can agree on that, am I saying that right, Brenda? You can also go ahead and place that child in that day treatment facility or the alternative school, whatever, without a manifestation stopping you from making that change of placement. Is that clear as mud, right?
Because sometimes they go to court and a court order.
And yeah. And you have to follow the court order, right? You have to follow the court order if they say so. So that's something else to think about. Any other comments? Okay. Got about. Do you guys need a break or we good? We forge on till 3. Okay? Gotta get to 6 hours. Okay, so here's a quick review of manifestation. Did the disability cause the code of conduct violation? And then you ask yourself these questions. Did the conduct in question have a direct and substantial relationship to the disability? Or was the conduct caused by failure to implement the IEP, which includes the behavior intervention plan? So when you have those two things, stay put, unless you get the parent agree and you've got data to support the change. Okay? If it was a manifestation, return student to previous placement and do an FBA, unless one was done and a BIP was in place. Review the BIP and make changes in that BIP, including a change of placement if the parent agrees. If the student poses a serious threat, you may remove them for 45 days. So that's recapping what we just talked about. Hopefully that's a little clearer than what I explained for you. Okay? So just think about those things. And like I said, if you need to reach out, please do. We've got Teresa Coleman, we keep her on speed dial, right? We call her. I know a lot of our directors do the same thing, but we're happy to help get the right answer at the time. And so, let's do some recall. Okay, get your pens, papers out. Get ready to rock and roll here with me for about the next 25 minutes. We're going to just answer questions. Answer questions. When do ARCs convene? When do ARCs convene? In the regulation it says, at a mutually agreed upon time, place, and location, right? So we need to do whatever we can. And there's even built into our form where the parent can request a change in the time and the location. You just need to document, right? So that's that one. All right? There it is. Mutually agreed upon time and place. How many days to notify
of a typical ARC? How many days to notify a typical ARC? 7. 7 calendars. 7 calendar days. Is it school days calendar? It's calendar. And then you have that 24-hour notice for code of conduct violation. Definition of a day. Like this. Day means calendar day unless otherwise indicated as a business or school day. How long do we have to send the notice of ARC to parents?
3.
On discipline. 24-hour notice. Right? You got your 7-day notice, your 24-hour notice. Indicator 12. When does the eligibility have to be determined for a 3-year-old? If the individual is First Steps individual, if the child is receiving services from First Steps, what do we have to do, Sydney?
Before their 3rd birthday.
Before their 3rd birthday. And what does it say about over the summer? We go ahead and meet, we do the eligibility. We can wait till the first day of school to implement the services, right? So what we're talking about here is indicator 12 for preschool students. If you're chairing a meeting for them, you've got to have the eligibility, the evaluation, and the eligibility determined by the 3rd birthday and an IEP in place. Okay? So go ahead and develop the IEP and then implement when the school starts if you're going over the summer on that. Okay? How long do you have, how long does the ARC have to get a child tested from the time that you get consent from the parent? 60 school days, right? How long do they have to implement the IEP if eligible? We had one piece in our regulation that said, do it as soon as possible, right? But on an initial, you've got 30 days. You've got 30 days to get an IEP developed from eligibility. Nobody does that. We have the same meeting, eligibility, IEP, and all that. But you do have 30 days, okay? All right? Why must we convene an annual review? To review what? Progress, right. Annual reviews. An LEA shall ensure that the ARC reviews each child's IEP periodically, but no less than annually. If it goes dead, you got a problem. I'm telling you, especially if they're of transition age. It really shows up. All right? Why must we convene ARC meetings? To discuss a referral, to discuss the results of an individual evaluation, to develop and review and or revise the student's IEP, to determine reevaluation needs, to discuss post-secondary transition needs, and to discuss disciplinary action. Those are the types of ARC meetings that you'll run into. What must be in place to accept a referral? When we discuss a referral for an individual evaluation, a written referral, we're looking at areas of concern, documented RTI or MTSS, screening results, and historical data. And we need to be able to say, what was the key? What does reasonable progress look like? What's the definition of reasonable progress? We need to be able to say. And we need to have our guns loaded, right? So one of the key ARC discussion questions is when we discuss the results of an individual evaluation, that we keep that discussion around 3 key questions, okay? Does the student have a disability? Does the student condition adversely affect educational performance? And does the student need specially designed instruction? That's that 3-pronged test again, right? The ARC chair is obligated to fully understand the eligibility determination. I think we took you through quite a bit of that today. And like I said, if you have a tough eligibility, don't predetermine it. Don't let anybody say the ARC chairperson made this decision by themselves. Okay? Don't get into that. All right? No predetermination. All ARC members, including parents, can access the evaluation results prior to the meeting. A good practice is to send that psychological report home when you send that notice of meeting. That's a good practice. I didn't say you had to, okay? Because we all know school psychologists are few and far between and hard to come by. So it can't always happen, but it's a good practice. Consider this question right here. If the parents disagree with the district's evaluation, they may request for an independent education evaluation, and the district would have to accept the recommendations from the evaluations. Can request, right? They can disagree, and they get an independent education evaluation. And do we have to? I think maybe the way this is written, it makes it problematic. The law says we have to consider. We have to consider, but we don't necessarily have to take all the recommendations and put them in place. Okay? We can still, if our evaluation is still there, we can compare the two and say, hey, there's some similarities here, and we get a comparable effort going. But you don't have to do it tit for tat, because sometimes you can get an evaluation that can ask you for some crazy things, especially if it's an outside evaluator that doesn't have a lot of school experience, okay? Impractical kinds of things, right? So, we say it's so true, but it's considering it. It's not doing everything, okay? What placement options must be available? You remember those? What do we have to first consider? General ed, right? General ed with co-teaching, right? But I mean, they're going to if they have an IEP, they have to get services, right? So you're going to go regular ed with co-teaching support, right? And then right on down the continuum of placement options, what would be next?
Resource.
Combination. Regular, special, right? And then resource room, you got special classes and special school, and it kind of gets a little convoluted there. But then you've also have home, what? Home hospital, and then, what's the other one? Incarceration. Yeah. So you got to have all those available, okay? And it's driven by what? IEP drives placement, okay? Always. What the student's needs are drives the placement, okay? Now, there's the continuing placement options. And we're always going to educate a student in a location that is the least restrictive. Okay? Least restrictive. So to the maximum extent appropriate, we have to educate our disabled peers with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate. Okay? You got to have good data to support why you do what you do. Okay? That's why that present level is so important. Okay? The more restrictive the LRE, the more potential for harmful effects of the placement. Okay? So as you move down, let's go back up here to this. As you move down this continuum, the more potential for harmful effects are in place, and the more need for you to address that as an ARC. Most time we just check the box and move on, don't we? Right? But when we got a kid in home hospital, what are they not getting? Interaction with peers, right? So we got to have a plan. All right? So that's what we're talking about. The more restrictive, the more potential for harm. Harmful effect. All right, let's consider this question. Placement for special education services is determined based on the needs identified in an IEP and not because of a disability category. And you got it. I mean, we've hit that hard today, right? True. Location and placement. The ARC reviews the present levels of student performance data and services identified on the IEP to determine the location of service provision. Placement is not based on disability or any of those other factors there. So, let's jump to the question, rather than going through all that. A doctor's statement is required for a student with a disability to be placed on home hospital. Can we require a doctor's statement for home hospital? What do you think? What have you been doing out there? What do you think, Leanne?
So, that one's kind of, can be kind of tricky.
It is.
But you, best, I mean, we always try to have doctor's statement.
It's probably the safest legal ground.
And if you don't have a doctor's statement, then you're required to do the 6 hours of instruction and cover the length of that. Whereas if you have a doctor's statement, you can really do the home hospital, then you have those leave those.
Right, and you know, I listened to Mitchell Yale talk about this very thing, and they said definitively at the national level, you do not and cannot require a doctor's diagnosis for home hospital. So, you know, depending on what day of the week it is and what administrative law judge you get, if you get into that. So I think the safe ground is to ask them for it, and if they bring it, you have it, but you didn't require it. It's a piece of documentation, but you didn't require it, okay, for placement on home hospital. Now, what do we have to do with services in home hospital? If kids has an IP and they go on home hospital, what do we have to look at?
Similar to as much as you can.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure they're getting all the services that they would have if they were in school.
Right. So you can't do away with anything, and you have to develop a comparable approximation of what they're getting on the IEP and make sure you're providing it. Minimum of 2 hours, right? It's what the law says for all kids on home hospital, but it can be more. Especially, and you probably need to look at a special ed kid a little different and say maybe 2 and 1. Okay? So very, very important to keep that in mind. And so I'm going to jump through. We've talked about all of this stuff. Right here is all those meeting agendas. It's hot linked. You'll be getting this presentation. So when you go in there, it has boom, 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 what you're supposed to document. Okay? And it's got hot links, so you can do extra reading about all the things that are required for all the different types of eligibility meetings. I mean, not eligibility, all the different types of ARC meetings, I should say. Okay? So we've got that. I'm not going to go into it right now, but our task group, we worked on that for a year, and we developed those agendas. Brenda was on task group before that developed the agendas, and then we got new guidance documents and new things put in place, and so we had to go back through it again, and we have to update things periodically, and that's what this presentation was like too. Just have to update stuff. When you think about expectations for student IEP accomplishment, we got to look at the annual goals section and see how they're doing. We got to make sure that the annual goals are measurable and linked to present level data numbers. We got to make sure the annual goals have the 6 components so that they are measurable. Okay. We've heard a lot of talk about SMART goals here of late, and we see some of that stuff at the state and national level. But really, we still have a guidance document, IEP, that says you have an audience, a behavior, a criteria, a circumstance, a degree, and a criteria, and an evaluation, a method of measurement, and a frequency of data collection. So when we review files, we're looking for those A through F pieces. And we're going to give you some recommendations if you don't have those. Because we want to see that evaluation method of measurement embedded in the goal itself so that we know what you're using to progress monitor. Okay? And the annual goals have verbs that you can see, count here in time. Okay? Sometimes we'll see some things like increase, and you can't measure increase. It has to be an action verb that you can see, count here in time. Annual goals that embed a tool that will measure the verbs And then short terms for significant cognitive disabilities are always a must, okay? Always a must. So, special design instruction. This is one of your key things. This is the last thing I want to talk about today, okay? So important that you understand what special design instruction is. And so, what is special design instruction? The law says, in a big old wordy definition, that it is the adaptation of content. So you're adapting the content that the student receives. You're adapting the methodology, how you deliver the instruction. Those three pieces, okay? So your methods might be a different strategy. It might be whatever, okay? Here's what I want you to consider for just a minute. And this is your last assignment today. We're going to go to the weekend, okay? A guy moves into town. He may be driving around in a red Ferrari. He is an attorney. He just married a girl who has a student in your school. And he shows up at the ARC meeting and asks you this question. What's so special about your specially designed instruction? Why should we allow my stepson to be involved in this program? What do you tell them? Write down what you would tell them. Have an elbow discussion with your elbow partner real quick. And as you're doing that, are you developing your list? Develop your list. What are you going to tell that guy? What's so special about our program? Can you sell it? Oh yeah, he has rights. Yes. Remember, there's a clause in the law that says the parent can bring anyone they want to help figure out what's going on in the ARC now. So he's okay to be there. So take that off the table right now. Okay. I just want to know what's so special about your program, what you're going to tell. How are you going to sell your special ed program? Let me ask you this question real quick. Let me go to my board here. All right. I had to get a reminder. I need some scaffolding sometimes. It's late today, and remember, I just got home. Graphic organizer. Is that specially designed instruction, or is that an accommodation? What, Leanne? She's complicating things back there. What do you think? What's my folks from Perry think?
I think it's a child to create their own SCI, just handing them the
Okay, so it hinges on instruction, right? If I teach a child to do a graphic organizer, if I teach them how to create their own graphic organizer, then it meets all these things that we got up here that you can't see. It's special, it's linked to an IEP goal, it's progress monitored, it's instruction, it's generalizable, and it leads to independence. Okay? So if I teach a kid how to create a mnemonic device, or if I just give you faith, right? If I just give you faith and say this is how you remember free appropriate public education, then I provide you an accommodation. But if I teach you how to create your mnemonics, time out. If I teach you how, then there you go, right? It's generalizable, it's transferable, it's independent, right? So that's special design instruction. Now, the last thing we'll say, high leverage practice number 16. Do you know what it is? Explicit instruction. You need to check that out, okay? Send your teachers anything and everything that has anything to do with Anita Archer. Okay? Got to have feedback, and we're done. All right? Feedback. You should have that on your table. Is it the green one or the blue one?
It's the blue one.
The blue one's the feedback. Okay? So do your feedback for me.